Welcome, 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 welcome to the Connected Teamwork Summit. I'm one of your co hosts, Hilke Faber, and I'm so grateful to be here today with you and tomorrow in the Connected Teamwork Summit, where we're going to look at how do we build connectedness in our teams and in our lives in every moment, and how do we do this? And we're going to learn from different stories, different speakers, from all of the participants, from each other, and we'll do this online. It's the first time we're doing this. I admit to feeling both grateful and inspired, and also a tad like a little anticipation and excitement, and maybe some butterflies about how we're going to do this. And as we get into this, I invite you to take your seat as we go into this 2 day conversation and contemplation about connectedness, about what it means to be truly connected to our true selves, to each other, and to our purpose. And this is not just an academic exercise, even though I love academics. This is going to be a practice together of 2 days where we'll look at each other and look at ourselves and say, what can I learn about being more connected to myself, to each other, and to my purpose? And we'll hear lots of stories. And I thought today I'll start with a story from my life and take you a little bit through my life about how mm, I felt called, you could say, to sit here with you today and talk about connectedness. As you know, I'm a coach and a team facilitator, a writer, and I didn't start there. We all start as babies, and I grew up as a little person in the Netherlands, in the north of the Netherlands, on a farm. And I learned something about connectedness there because I love being in the fields and seeing the nature and the big expanses and the lighthouses that we could see from the window from our living room, and feeling part of something bigger. I didn't have words for it, but I remember standing in front of that big window we had in the living room and looking out over the fields and feeling a sense of peace and sense of at home, at home. I felt at home. And I also felt that when I was sitting in church, I would listen to the organ. And in the Netherlands, they have these beautiful old churches from, I think our village church, first stone might have been laid in 1,000 or something like 1,000 years ago. And I would listen to this big church organ and just feel overcome by a sense of hmm, awe, a sense of peace, a sense of joy. Again, I didn't have words for it. I just felt very much at home. I felt connected, and I didn't have words for it. I started playing some music myself and also loved that experience. And then I also started having some experiences of being disconnected. And as I tell my story, I invite you to reflect on your own story. Maybe think about my story as a background for your own story. That is what I invite you to do these whole 2 days. Be this conference, be a background to the foreground of you, and be an exploration of yourself. Like, how can I connect deeply to myself? What's going on with my life? How do I connect more deeply? How do I get disconnected sometimes? And I got disconnected. I'll let myself be disconnected unconsciously, you could say, many times. I love music, but because I wasn't quite clear about how I was going to make a living with that, I didn't go to the conservatory. I actually started to go to business school and ended up as a strategy consultant in New York City for quite a long time. And life doesn't seem to have us like be wrong. It was actually a great experience. I loved being a strategy consultant, and I learned something about connectedness there as well, which was, how do I truly give myself to very complex problems? And then insights started flowing in our teams and working together, and I found this very meaningful. I remember, creating charts for clients where we were able to map how a market was working, and just seeing the synthesis of things come together. I felt very connected. I felt very energized and inspired, and that's something that stayed with me. I also felt increasingly disconnected, and that was during my 20s and 30s. So much so that I felt quite, you could say, unhinged. My relationship didn't quite work. I had health challenges. I had really intense insomnia and sometimes wouldn't sleep at all for a week. And I don't know if any of you have had insomnia, but it's a debilitating experience. Like, and at some point during that time, um, something in me said, something got to change. And I met meditation. And what I found in meditation was what I had found also as a little boy standing in front of that window, in our farm window, which was this sense of peace and compassion and love and meaning that I adored. And I was so grateful that I found a technique to access that, to where I wasn't just at the whim of how I was feeling or what my mind was doing or what I was reading or what is it, whether life was going well or not going well. I was finding a way to actually put myself in my seat and initially use the breath as a way into feeling more connected. I became so excited about it. I have a bit of an A-type personality that I almost became a monk. Uh, and at some point decided not to do that, but instead focus my life energies on coaching and team and culture development, which I've been doing for the last 20 years. And of course, the story is never complete because also during that journey, I discovered a lot more about connectedness. I felt and disconnectedness. I felt so inspired when I would work with people and have them sit up almost taller in their seat through the conversations they were having with each other or the introspection that was happening, simply asking questions or thinking about questions. Think about a person that you admire and something in the person would light up. Think about a person that you admire. Maybe do that right now. Think about a person that you admire. It's one of my favorite questions to get to a greater sense of connectedness to something more meaningful. A person that I admire, and I've used her name so many times. She's no longer amongst the living. Her name is Jean White. She was the president of the Global Child Nutrition Foundation until she was, I think, about 96. She started about 20 odd years before. And I met her in her 90s, and she had more energy than anybody else that I knew at that time. And what I found from her, she was always saying, if there's not a way through this way, we have to go another way. And there's so many different ways. So many different ways that are ways to connect with what's going on and what's happening. And I found that I felt so focused, so excited that through meditation I could find a conscious way in, and then through coaching, and I could see that people were starting to actually light up on the inside. Light up on the inside. And then again, I experienced disconnection. I got very focused on results. My achievement drive was very strong, and I became too focused, you could say, on the work and lost my balance again. And so I think this journey of connectedness is an ongoing journey that we keep falling out of, and then we fall into it again. So my question to you in these next 2 days, is to think about, how do I connect to myself? How do I connect to myself? How do I stay connected to myself and to my team? And what happens when I fall back? How do we get to the topic of connected teamwork? Well, we didn't call this work connectedness during the first 16, 17 years of working. When I was at the beginning of the pandemic, I was sitting down and suddenly I wasn't traveling as much anymore. I wasn't moving around as much, and I had much more time to reflect. And I thought, I'm almost 50. What do I want this life to be about? What do I want my gifts to be about? How do I want to be of service? And when I looked back, what I thought was a big thing of this was, how do people connect? That seemed to be like a red thread through everything that we were doing. Connectedness seemed to be a word that encapsulated a lot of the work that we've been doing. And I also started looking around, and I started seeing that the world has so much division. And I wondered what would happen if we as people become more connected, uh, even with people who are different from us. I got to practice this during the election season. When people put the signs in their lawn which are different from mine, how do I stay connected to them? How do I stay connected to team members that are different from me? And then why did we focus on teamwork? Well, I like to use the word team in the broadest possible sense. Um, Team is to me something that's not only at work with the people that I work with, but it's also about the people that I interact with, maybe my clients or my partners or my family members, or anybody that I'm in some kind of collaboration with. And why did we focus on connected teamwork is because we felt that, well, if we want to develop this muscle of connectedness, then it's good to have a playground, a place to practice that in. And where do most people experience connectedness and disconnectedness? Well, it's actually a lot at work in the team. So we start to say, well, we need to focus this work on connected teamwork, helping teams thrive by being more connected with each other, helping teams thrive by being more connected with each other, helping them understand how to actually access the deeper meaning. Now, what is connectedness, you could ask? What are we talking about? Well, I think many of us have been exposed to IQ and EQ, which are about thoughts and about feelings. Connectedness goes to something a little deeper. It goes to the level of, you could call it presence, the soul, what lies beyond that, what is always. And I'm using words to point to something that is very personal and can be different from for everyone. In a teamwork setting, we might talk about it as like how do you stay connected to your values? How do you connect to each other with empathy? How do you stay focused on your purpose? And along the way, as we thought about this, we felt that maybe besides IQ and EQ, there's a third component, which is CQ, connectedness quotient, that we want to look at as a core orientation for life and for leadership. So that's a little bit about the why of this summit and why I talk about connected teamwork. Now, if you're anything like me, life happens and we may not always feel connected. Actually, in these online experiences, I have experiences all the time where I get messages that things are not working or things are working well. And part of my brain goes on a little side excursion. And we probably have all had these experiences. The question is, how do I come back? How do I come back to what's most important to me? How do I come back to what I truly want to connect to? What's most important to me? I think that question, what is most important to us, is such an important one because it helps us to orient to spending our most precious assets the way we might want to. We can so easily get lost in all the machinations of our minds and go on like this problem and that problem and stressed out about that and that judgment and so on, as opposed to staying focused on what we truly want to be connected to. So in this summit, we will look at connectedness by saying, well, how does a team's connectedness work in different situations? It's easy maybe to connect in fair weather moments when things are going well, we're just getting to know each other. It might be fun and easy, and there's a sense of connection with each other that is natural, it flows. We call those the white belt moments, and we've defined 4 of them: appreciation and play, getting to know each other, goal setting, and also this sense of serving together, being of service to something bigger. And then we're going to continue with a little bit more difficult moments, like how do you connect as a team when things get a little tougher, things get a little tougher. So how do you connect as a team when things are harder, like when you have to take a step back, I want to take a step back and say, what are the patterns that are no longer working? What are the patterns that we might want to change? And it's a time for group reflection and learning, and that creates, of course, requires safety. And then we might get to places where we have to make decisions, and that causes all kinds of other reflection and intentionality that we need to have to stay. How do I stay connected with each other, especially if I want to make a decision that's not popular? How do I do this? So team environments create all kinds of situations where we get to figure out how to bring our best self, what's most important to us. How do we bring that to the fore? How do we stay connected to the other person and to our purpose? And then there's this team defining moment, this moment that's get a little harder, which may be about managing commitments. What do we do when a person we work with doesn't do what we want them to do? How do we hold them accountable? Uh, how do we hold ourselves accountable? How do we make amends when we miss out on our agreements? How do we do this? And then even harder, maybe giving feedback and coaching. Like, how do we give feedback to somebody on their behavior and something we want to change? So these moments, these moments that we just talked about, um, this group reflection, decision making, commitment management, and feedback and coaching, we call those not the white belt but the blue belt moments. And then there's the black belt moments, the harder ones that we might have greatest uh, trouble staying connected, because our reptilian brain that causes our fight, flight, freeze reaction gets very active. It's like, no, 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 you got to fix this now. This is a big, big problem, right? So we might get to the black belt moments of there may be setbacks. There might be setbacks and stretches, and we're going to hear about that tomorrow. We're going to talk about undiscussables and conflict. Like, what happens when we need to talk about stuff that's really hard? What happens when there's hurt, when people are hurt? And we as humans tend to hurt each other all the time, whether we know it or not, and we hurt ourselves, at least I do, with judgmental thinking all the time. So how do we work with those moments? And then endings and departures, like how do we work with when people are about to leave the team? So all of these are like moments, these last four moments, we can call them black belt moments, where we get invited to take our seat more deeply and say, okay, how am I going to respond to this moment? How am I going to respond to this moment in the best possible way? How am I going to respond to this moment in the best possible way? How am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? And how I do this together? How I do this together? And how do I do this staying purposeful? How do I do this staying purposeful? Three elements of what we call connectedness quotient, CQ. Staying connected to ourselves, staying connected to each other, and staying connected to our purpose. Simply remembered as I, myself, we, relationships, and it. How do I do this? And that's what we'll be exploring during those 2 days. And it's not going to be myself or my co-host Carson Heddy, who I'll introduce in a little bit, who's going to be speaking to you. It's going to be 12 people, 12 speakers, 12 leaders from all walks of life, who are going to share with you their perspective on how you build connectedness in each of those moments, the white belt moments, the blue belt moments, and the black belt moments. How do you do that during each of those 12 team defining moments? So then there's a question. Are there some principles? Like, that's a lot. That's a lot. Are there some principles that we can practice to be more connected? And can we be aware of some patterns that disconnect us? And having thought about this for the last few years, we saw that there are three ways, three orientations that we find helpful to remind ourselves to come back to connection. And that's truth, one, love, two, and service, three. Truth being about being in truth, being present here, being the deep truth that we are, which includes being present, being connected to our values, coming from our highest self, being honest, for example. Love, such an odd thing to say at work, maybe. Love, having to do with, like, how can I have the best interest of others in mind? How can I empathize? How can I extend myself with warmth, care, and compassion? How can I do that? How can I stay loving and caring and compassionate towards myself in this journey? And then purpose, uh, service, service. How do I, in these moments, how can I put myself in service? How can I help others without maybe rescuing them? So truth, love, and service. And we'll explore those principles throughout those 2 days in the Connected Teamwork Summit on those 12 team defining moments. And also, we're going to discover or maybe play with some of these disconnectors that we found. And those, I like to call them obsession, judgment, and control. We get disconnected when our mind goes like in a corner and it becomes all obsessed about things having to go a certain way. Judgment, when I start to judge the other for whatever thing, and our minds are so good at that. And then control, trying to force and fix solutions. I'm also very good at that. My mind is very good at that. So we can notice these disconnectors of obsession, judgment, and control, and let them go when we notice them. Be compassionate with ourselves, and then come back to truth, love, and service to connect more deeply to this moment. Now, these are just some pointers. I'm sure that all of us listening and all of us speaking later have their own views of how do you stay connected? How do you stay connected to yourself, each other, and to your purpose? There's something that somebody told me. It says, a mind is like a dangerous neighborhood. It's better not to go there by yourself. I love that we are here together. We can learn from each other. We probably all have those 3 a.m. wake up moments where our mind goes all kinds of directions. One of the great things about being in community for me is that I get to share and learn from others. So my invitation to you in participating in this summit is to share experiences in the chat functions that you in the platforms that you're participating on, and on LinkedIn, maybe elsewhere, that you maybe share on LinkedIn also in the chat insights that you hear. It's like, yeah, this is what this person said. I want to share that because that might be a way for myself and other people around me to get more connected to what's true, to what's important, to each other, and to our purpose. And I also invite you to take the time to sit with yourself, because when people in Greece went to the oracle in Delphi, they went there with all kinds of problems, like my neighbor is not doing this, and this land dispute and this marital thing, and they were hoping that the oracle was giving them the answer. Well, guess what? What did it say in the on top of the gate in Delphi? It says, "Know thyself." So I invite you to experience this whole summit as the background, where you are the foreground, every single person, whether you listen to it now live or whether you listen to a recording later. You are the foreground. Everything else is the background, not from an ego perspective, but from an attention perspective. Allow yourself, for how you participate in this summit, to be with yourself as you listen to this. Some things you may resonate with, other things you may not resonate with, and that's fine. Trust your own guidance. Trust that what you need to say, what you need to learn, you will learn. And you might not even learn it by what's said, but simply with an insight that you've had. And if you want to share that in the chat, that's great too. So why do this summit? I see the world around me and I see so much disconnection. so much judgment, so much division, so much not using the full potential of our intelligence. And I would like to make my contribution to helping to evolve us to another level where we are more wise, more compassionate, more purposeful, more joyful, more peaceful. We may not solve, probably will not solve all the challenges of our generation. But maybe, I hold this out as a possibility. Maybe if we get a bit more connected to ourselves, just a little bit more. And this is not like a black and white thing. Now be more connected. No, a little bit more connected. Just a little bit. Bring it in a little bit. You may feel taller on the inside. I feel more loving, more kind, more gentle. And paradoxically, life doesn't become so much about Hilke. It becomes about all of us. Before we dive into our conversation with our first speaker, which is also my co-host, Carson, I also want to say a big thanks to the team that's been supporting this event to making it happen. I want to specifically thank Nico Blayota and Esther Groves, who have been doing a ton of work to make this happen, and all the 12 speakers and all of you for being here. I hope you will enjoy this. Yeah, that's what I'd like to say by way of introduction. Logistics. We're doing this online. If you're on LinkedIn, you'll see that there's a LinkedIn live event that you're in. Today, we're going to be in part 1 and part 2. On LinkedIn Live, we're currently able to do events up to 4 hours, and this event is 6 hours. So we'll be doing a break for part 2. And then tomorrow we'll continue on 2 different links. Also, we'll have breaks of about half an hour. And if you miss something, this is being recorded, so you can always listen to it more later. Welcome, and thank you for participating. Let's take a short break and then go to our next speaker, our first speaker, Carson Heddy. Welcome back to the Connected Teamwork Summit and Team Defining Moment 1, Appreciation and Play, with my co-host and friend, Carson Heddy. Carson, how are you today?
Hilke, being with you is always a treat. Thanks for having me.
It's amazing to see you. I always love being with you in the same room, even though you and I have never met in person. We've done so much together over the last two years. And as I introduce you, I just want to say how much I appreciate you and your leadership in this. We met a couple of years ago when I was doing some work with Carson's team at Microsoft, and Carson just jumped out of the woodwork and said, "Listen, I want to help." And I was like, wow, he wants to help. And that is, to me, a core ingredient of what Carson is about, a core ingredient of what he's about. He's a person that I know is very generous, very kind, and very purposeful. He's doing so much. So let me tell you a little bit about Carson. He is a student of sales and his passion is helping others succeed to achieve their goals. He works at Microsoft. He's there recognized as the #1 social seller, working on creating relationships, enabling customers with optimizing Microsoft agreements, licensing, and cloud solutions. You've been working on global training for sales professionals. You've gotten lots and lots of awards like the Platinum Club, the Gold Club, etc. You're the strategic advisor to multiple companies. You've written 4 best-selling books. You're on multiple podcasts, including Social Selling for Newbies, which is one of the top podcasts in the country or in the world, I think. And also, you are my co-host in Connected Teamwork. You create the LinkedIn Career Advice Network. And whenever I meet you, Carson, there's always this sense of palpable energy, which is extraordinary. So thank you for being here today, Carson.
Thank you. I appreciate you more than you know, Hilke.
Well, thank you for that. Anything before we go and talk about the specific team-defining moment you're going to talk about, appreciation and play? Anything you want to say by way of kicking off the summit?
There's a great, parlay into this subject, because I think one of the things we're really exploring today is why connectedness is so important, specifically in teams. And a lot of this starts with ourselves and understanding the importance of being connected to our purpose, but then also being able to help empower and enable others to find that connectedness, creating that culture. And one of the greatest ways to do that is by showing appreciation and infusing elements of play into your day-to-day. So really excited to dive into that topic with you today, Hilke.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So first question, tell us about connectedness and appreciation and play. Tell us about appreciation and play, and what have you learned about that particular team defining moment? You worked with so many teams. How do you develop connectedness in that?
I've been very fortunate, as you mentioned, to work with a lot of different teams along my journey, and especially working for some very motivational leaders. And I think it all starts with recognizing the importance of connectedness and teamwork in achieving your goals and the goals of your organization. A team that is connected and that has a relationship that is built with a foundation of trust and transparency and collaboration is going to be the most successful team. There's always going to be things that may try to shake us, and I think all of us as leaders at some point have had that inkling to have a knee-jerk reaction or to do something perhaps that leans into the negative. But over time, it's very important that we as leaders understand that sometimes our most important role is creation of that culture, nurturing that culture, and also keeping a steady hand on the wheel during challenging times. The reason that appreciation, celebration, and play are so important is because often these can be catalysts for performance and for creation of this culture. I think it's really incredible when you think about it. It takes just a moment to recognize your appreciation for someone. Even just this week, I've sent multiple notes of appreciation to people for things that they've done to go above and beyond the call of duty. I've copied in their leader and their skip level in some cases to let them know how much I appreciated them. It was Maya Angelou that once said that people are going to, at the end of the day, people are not going to remember what you said or did necessarily, but they'll always remember how you made them feel. And I believe that's extremely important, especially as we're looking as leaders to create that culture of connectedness. The last thing I would say, as far as incorporating even play into work, I always think of Mary Poppins. I've seen it many, many times and now watched it with my children. And for every job that must be done, there is an element of fun. And if you find the fun, the job's a game. And if you look at the ways we spend so much of our time working, and sometimes we spend more time with the people that we work with and for than our spouse, than our kids, unfortunately, sometimes, right? So finding the way to inject fun into what you do, finding ways to enjoy the time that you have together and to get to know each other on a more personal level. I can't tell you how important it is to make deposits into those relationships that are positive. I can tell you all of the fun times that I've spent time with my past teams in escape rooms or doing different games where we were asking questions and we were getting to know each other on
Mm,
a personal level. Those are the types of relationships that transcend results. Because
mm,
at the end of the day, results are all about people
mm.
following the right process.
Beautiful. I love Mary Poppins. Then work becomes play, and yeah, we're here for so much time. We have so much time. I want to dive a little bit into the disconnection part of this. So think about what happens and what has happened in your life and leadership of teams and of yourself when you are not appreciating yourself, when you're not appreciating yourself. Like what happens instead, and how do you get yourself and others out of that zone?
So the disconnection is very easy to happen. I want to make that very clear because I think it's happened to all of us at some point in time, and it's incumbent upon us as leaders to identify when it happens and why. The disconnect can often happen when we don't meet our team where they need to be met, or we don't understand their why or their purpose, or we don't understand what truly matters to them. One of the foundational things that I do when I start working with a new team is I'll survey them, and I use that time to really understand roles that they may want to play in the team and in the broader organization. Some of them really enjoy like celebrating birthdays or doing different things around recognition. I always encourage my team to meet without me, have players only conversations, and then have someone be a spokesperson that can tell me some of the things that might have come out of that that would be tangible things that I can sink my teeth into and help make better. If there's issues that I can remediate. Furthermore, a lot of times disconnection happens when we get caught up in the day to day. We all get pulled in so many different directions. It's very easy to get swept up in sometimes minutia, sometimes administrative tasks, and sometimes in the challenges that befall the organization or changes. I've worked in environments before where leadership critiques or micromanagement often overshadowed the achievements that were happening. But it takes just a moment to
Mhm,
recognize someone. It takes just a moment to send a note of thanks or
mhm,
appreciation.
mhm,
Why do we wait sometimes for awards to be announced? Why not create our own awards? Some of
mhm,
the best things that my team and I have ever done is, we created our own set of awards at the end of a fiscal year or at the end of a quarter. Some of them were even silly, things to get people to laugh about and to really just get everybody involved and engaged. And even in the most challenging of circumstances, you can find something very positive. And I want to share a personal story.
mhm,
I had someone on one of my other podcasts last year, Anthony Iannarino, great sales author, and he shared with me this exercise that he did. It was a 2 week gratitude journey, and so basically, it was a gratitude journaling experience that he did. And statistically speaking, the effects of doing this challenge, this exercise, is proven to be better for your well being than any stimulant. And here's why. So basically, over a period of 2 weeks, and you can go longer, you write down three things every single day. You can write more that happened that were good. And then, very importantly, why they happened. I found myself, when I look back on this adventure, the worst days that I had the most positive things written. And the most powerful thing that spoke to me, Hilko, was that the reasons why these things happened, in some cases, they were things that I had planted the seed for years ago. You see, you're given an opportunity every day to invest in relationships, invest in yourself, and even just make the choice to err on the side of the positive or the optimal or the appreciation. That's the decision that you're going to have to make time and time again in order to eradicate that disconnect.
Love that. I love that. That real sense of, I hear choicefulness in that. Like I hear choicefulness. How do you make that choice? How do you make that choice to, as a leader, to step out of maybe where you don't want to be, that?
Yeah.
And how do you step into that? How do you make that choice?
You have to want it, and it has to be core to who you are and what you believe. See, I realized long ago as a leader, it's not about me. And I wish I had realized that sooner. In my 20s, like many, I was very ego driven, and how high can I go? How far up the corporate ladder can I climb? Because that was the pressure that I felt was on me. But as I've aged and gotten a little bit more experience, I've realized we're not meant to be the hero. We're the hero makers. We exist to go out and find people that we can put into positions to win. If you help elevate everyone around you and you help everyone around you win, guess what? You're going to win too. And that is all the more fulfilling when you can take all these people on the journey with you. I'll tell you another personal story, and this reminds me of years ago. I was working in a call center, and we made very conscious decisions about how we worked different markets. We had a charter. We had 800 different campaigns that we had to run per year. And it was up to my team and I to kind of time them throughout the month and throughout the year. We were having a really tough month. We would really typically call on our really lucrative leads mid-month. And we were having a really challenging month. And I remember there were a few days where I was erring on the side of negative. I was pointing out, hey, we're not doing well here. This isn't good enough. Or team, I expect more. But I will tell you that what turned us around was when I decided to put my steady hand back on the wheel, recalibrated as a leader, realized that we were all people. We wanted to be successful. I believed that. This was a team we built. We put these people in a position because they earn the right to be in that position. It's not up to us as leaders to tell them how to do the job. It's up to us to make sure that they have the support and the structure and the tools to be successful. And we just turned it around. I literally that day was prancing around the office with a jukebox or a jam box playing Don't Stop Believin' by Journey. And we were celebrating. We were talking about all the people in our morning stand-up that were doing well up to that point, and cheering and clapping and hearing from them on why. And we got a standing ovation that morning. We had the best day of the month, and we weren't even calling on the best leads yet. My point is, starts with you as a leader. You have to make the conscious decision to create that environment, that atmosphere of celebration and play. Once you make that conscious decision, execute that. And even when it doesn't work exactly the way you want, it doesn't mean you go back to that comfortable way of mediocrity that wasn't working. It means that you embrace it, you tweak it, you make sure you bring others on the journey with you. That's what ensures success. That's what continues to invest in the culture that you seek.
I want to know, Carson, the culture you seek. I like how you're talking about this in a group setting, like how you're creating that in a group setting and how you're really helping to make that come alive. And I'm curious, how do you do that with yourself? How do you create an atmosphere of appreciation with yourself? Because it's so easy to lose that. Like it's so easy to lose that.
That's a good question. And at the end of the day, Hilka, it comes back to what is fueling you? What is your purpose? And as hard as it can be sometimes, you have to recenter yourself and you have to go back to your why and to your purpose. I've had a lot of, I would say, very challenging setbacks in my life and in my career. And there have absolutely been times where, hey, I'm tired. Is this worth everything that I'm throwing into it? Is this going to have the outcome that I want? But I will tell you that if you invest in yourself, your learning, your growth, and it's not even just about positivity, it's just about being the optimal version of yourself, looking for the people that you need or would want relationships with, looking for the knowledge or the learning that is out there that you want that perhaps you don't have. those are the types of things that ultimately will fuel you. Now, I think everybody comes to the table with their own set of different motivations, different why. Some people are very money motivated, some are career focused, some want to feed their families, some want to leave a legacy. And I think at the end of the day, like, I know my motivations have changed a lot over the years. All of us will change considerably over the years. But as you said, it starts with self and understanding that importance of being connected to what matters truly to me. I realized a long time ago that, especially as a sales professional, as a leader, I never wanted a number next to my name that wasn't indicative of my absolute best. Even if that meant that I failed, even if that meant that I went down swinging and fell up short, I wanted to at least be able to look back on the sum of the parts, my body of work, and say, hey, that was the best I could have done. And I can live with that. And that's what I always tell people, sellers, career professionals. If you can look back on what you did in a day, month, quarter, year, and you know that you did your best, you can live with that. And I know personally that I'm very proud of what I've done. I've always left it all on the field. Some days, some months, some years didn't look the way that I wanted, but that's okay because I did the best I could. I learned from it and I take that forward. That's how you take your snowball and turn it into an avalanche, because you continue to gain momentum, experiences, relationships, knowledge. Those are the things that will propel you forward. And there's nothing that will ever stop me from wanting to learn and serve more.
There's nothing that will stop me from wanting to learn and serve more. And I hear a deep appreciation in you, Carson, for your potential and the potential of others. We're going to take a short break in a moment, and then we'll come back to this question. How can we use appreciation and play as an intentional way to create connectedness in teams? See you after the break. So welcome back. We are talking with Carson Heady, who is the number one actually social seller, not the number two, the number one social seller at Microsoft, and an amazing speaker, co-host of this summit, and also the Connected Teamwork podcast, and many other things. We've been talking about appreciation and play. And Carson, I want to ask you, when things don't go well, things don't go well for yourself or for your team, what do you do?
First off, you have to set the foundation for this before they don't go well. I get asked a lot of times by sales professionals, well, how do I overcome this objection? How do I overcome that objection? A lot of times it starts long before the point you're in. First, you have to set up the infrastructure for connectedness. A lot of this nowadays, we're, as you mentioned, Hilke, we've known each other for years, but we've never met in person. But I feel like I can very much be myself with you. Now, why is that? It's because I feel like I understand your purpose and what drives you. I've read your book. And furthermore, we've spent a lot of time talking and being ourselves with each other. Now, think about the ability that you have to do that with your team. As I mentioned, I'll survey my team when I first start working with a new team, and I understand where they want to be met. How often do they want to meet? I always want to make sure that they know that they're not starting over. If there was something that they had in the works, some momentum towards something like a promotion or another role or another opportunity, I always want to make sure you're not starting over. I want to know all those things out of the gate. I start a file on every one of my folks. And at the very top, I always put, their family members, whatever they want to tell me about themselves personally, and then what they put in that survey. And I put that at their top of their file. That way I can always revert to that every time we have a one-on-one. I can ask about Susie. I can ask about the promotion and the progress that we're making toward that, so that those types of things are top of mind. By doing this has created fertile ground for connectedness, so that when things go wrong, we're plugged in. We're plugged in with each other. right? Furthermore, I'll set up. It's amazing.
Mm.
A lot of us have made these shifts over the last decade of doing a lot more remote work. I first had a remote team back in the relatively early 2000s. I had some offices that were remote and I would travel to them, but a lot of our connection was on telephone calls or via email and instant messenger. Now, the ability to have these video calls or team chats where you can connect and call out people and recognize people in broad forums, that there's a lot of power in that. Furthermore, I will solicit my entire broader team, all 40 plus people that touch my territory and my team's territory every week in advance of a team meeting. So I can stay at the pulse of what matters to that team. Now, the reason I say all that, Hilke, is because when something goes awry or amiss, we're already so plugged in with each other that communication is very easy. Being approachable as a leader, giving your team the opportunity to come to you and express things. The last thing I would say on that note is do not be reactionary. And also don't assume that you know all the answers. Don't feel pressure to make a knee-jerk reaction to make an answer. Because I've had scenarios where different people that worked for me had a difference of opinion. And you're going to hear the vantage point from this person. You definitely can't weigh in or go into with some preconceived notion when you meet with this other person and you're trying to resolve a conflict. A lot of times too, conflicts or things go awry because of lack of or miscommunication or changes and people's reactions to those changes. And the best thing that you can do in those moments, again, keep the steady hand on the wheel. Listen, plug in. Sometimes you can't fix it, and you, as a leader, can only sit in the pain or the angst with the person. And sometimes that's the most powerful thing that you can do. They're not always asking you to fix their problem. Sometimes they just want to know that you're there.
They just want to know that you're there. That's how we're plugged in. That reminds me of the sense of, we're always connected to something, to each other. And there's a beautiful verse in the Tao that says, knowing constancy is insight. Not knowing constancy leads to disaster. Not knowing constancy leads to disaster. Knowing constancy is insight. And when I hear you talk about being plugged in, that creates a fabric of relatedness that can withstand anything that's happening. Because we are there for each other, whether things go well or not well. And from that place, we are far less likely to go into reactive patterns, defensiveness, all these things that basically cut off our intelligence. And we're much more likely to be the humans we want to be and to be actually able to fulfill what we need to be doing. So, Carson, we are amazingly getting towards the last bit of this conversation. I will have more conversations during the summit. What do you want to say, maybe as a practical takeaway to somebody who may not be as skilled or proficient or used to appreciation as you are? What would you say to them? Or maybe somebody who's feeling not so great about themselves just at this very moment.
Hilke, thank you again just for the opportunity to be a part of this with you. I appreciate you. First off, remember, it starts with self. And if you're honest with yourself, there are absolutely relationships and experiences that have gotten you to this point. You may not be exactly where you want to be. Trust me, I've been there many, many, many times. And in those moments, being able to draw that line in the sand, understand the things, those unique skills and strengths and superpowers that you bring to the table, the things that you can leverage in order to elevate everyone else around you. That's where you can conjure up strength. There's a reason Superman always went to his fortress of solitude. He needed to go back, regain his strength, go fly up to the sun and soak in the rays. Sometimes you have to do that. Retreat, meditate, get grounded in yourself and what matters most to you and go back purpose-driven, mission-focused. But as that goes back out in every day, And sometimes, even if it means you need to schedule it to make it intentional, take a proactive approach to thank somebody. I promise you that it will matter a great deal to that person. They'll probably never forget it. I look back and I can think many, many times of the times where somebody sent me public praise. You can nowadays call someone out in social media like LinkedIn and tag them in posts about, something that you learned from them. There's so many ways to do that. It will have a lasting impression. And those are the types of things that will bring them along for the ride. They will want to be a part of your movement and the culture that you are creating when you show that you appreciate what they bring to the table. Sometimes it's not always an obvious thing. It may even be somebody with whom you're having challenges or struggles. But if you really think about it, there is something that they're doing greatly. And if you shine a light on that, it may actually elevate them to doing better in other areas.
I'm hearing what you're saying, Carson, is inviting people into the bigger ride, not the ride of this or that that's happening right now, even though that's important too, but the bigger ride of, no, we're in this together. I appreciate you. I see you. I see you. I see you beyond what you might be thinking or feeling or what's happening right now or the results you're producing. I see you. And that is a very powerful rock foundation to be rooted in. So I'm taking away that appreciation and play can feel kind of trivial. If you just think about it for a second, and the way you've helped us see it today, to me, it's foundational. It's the basis from which, if we don't appreciate each other, what else is there? What else is there?
Think about the things that you need as fuel and try to provide that experience to others.
Think of what you need as fuel and provide that to others. Carson, you said it beautifully. Thank you so much for being with us as our first guest and co-host on the Connected Teamwork Summit. We're going to take a short break before we move on to team defining moment number 2. Actually, number 3, because we're going to skip one before we go back to 2, and that's goal setting. And we've been talking with Carson Heady from Microsoft, number 1 social seller. I appreciate that about you. Besides, I appreciate that about you is that you always bring this amazing energy and appreciation. You are appreciation. So what a better person to speak to this topic than you, Carson, and also being co-host today. So we're going to take a short break and then continue onto our next discussion on a team defining moment. We're going to talk about goal setting. And if you're listening, thank you for listening. I hope you're finding something you find helpful to feel more connected to yourself and others, and think about what you can appreciate about somebody. Thank you, everyone. See you in a bit. Welcome back to Connected Teamwork Summit. We are about to dive into team defining moment number 3, goal setting, with our guest today, Erwin Visser. And I can say that in Dutch because one of the many things that Erwin is that he's Dutch by birth. And I'll start to appreciate just what I learned from Carson on the previous segment. I appreciate many things about you, Erwin, one of which is your deep deep honesty, and your commitment to making the absolute most of your life and making that example for your children as well. We've had previous conversations. Erwin Visser is senior leader at Microsoft and also a father to 5 children. He is an avid mountaineer who scaled many mountains, including Mount Rainier and recently Mount Everest. And we're going to hear about that. So what a perfect person to talk to about goal setting. One of the things I learned from Erwin in previous podcasts is that something happens when we truly commit to realizing our potential. And we find with ourselves the wherewithal to scale what might have seemed insurmountable before. So welcome, Erwin. How are you today?
Yeah, hey Hilke, thanks for having me here. It's always awesome to talk to you, and yeah, thanks for pulling this whole podcast together. Like it's, I was listening in the previous speaker, and it's really awesome to learn from other people around these areas.
Yeah, thank you for seeing that. I find it nourishing to feel like I'm in a big circle and I can hear from everybody some gifts like, oh yeah, helps you to feel taller on the inside. Sit up. So we're going to talk about goal setting and connectedness. Erwin, starting off with a first question. What have you learned about connectedness and goal setting, intention setting in your life in leadership with teams?
Yeah, it's a big question, and it's a great question. And so I had in my career the opportunity for like launching a few new businesses in Microsoft or launching new products, and goal setting is clearly something that is like super important because you want to set the right aspirational goal to your team, but you also have accountability to senior leadership.
Hmm.
Yeah, because people are looking and watching what you're doing. And so my mental model that I have around goal setting is that at the first you have to really think about, hey, is this like a repetitive technical problem or initiative that we're launching? And we have a formula, and so we can execute the formula, and then it's you, and I think everybody have heard of this. It's you set SMART goals that are really that are measurable, achievable, and you create that clarity in your organization. But in the world where we're living in, especially I would say, had the environment of Microsoft and IT, and it's always changing, and the market and like competitors are always changing. A lot of the challenges I would say are more adaptive, and it's not that it's super clear what the journey will be and how you get there. And so in that case, I think one of the most important things is, first of all, that you create like a really good why, and that you make sure that there is purpose with the team and the initiative or the campaign or the launch, whatever it is, around what you want to achieve in the marketplace and why, and then align it to an aspirational goal, but set expectations that this is going to be a journey and will require patience because the route is not going to be 100% clear.
So adaptive versus a technical challenge. And I'm going to ask you in a little bit more about how that works in a team setting with goals at work. But I just have to dive in with you on Mount Everest. So that climb and that whole expedition, was that for you more technical or an adaptive challenge?
Oh, adaptive, 100%. Yeah, hey, I like climbing mountains has been, like, I would say, a casual passion for me. It's something that if I find time for it, and I would try to spend time on it. But also taking that I have a big family, as you pointed out, and a job. But Mount Everest was always a dream for me. as a kid, I grew up and I read the books and I watched the documentaries, but it was like and now I have experienced it. It is really hard to understand where you step into, and you kind of have to adapt continuously. It's really hard to, I think, for somebody that has not been on that altitude, feels the impact of like the lack of oxygen, to understand what it is to be at that altitude. And so it was continuously adapting yourself and setting the right expectations while staying optimistic and positive about your ability to do it.
Yes. So I want to take you to this moment where you decided that this is my goal. And I'm asking this because, humans and leaders and teams, we set so many goals. And some of them are memorable and some of them lift us up. Some of them are meaningful. And this to me strikes me as one of those life goals. Like very few people stand on the summit of that incredible mountain, like the highest point on this planet to stand on. So how did you decide to do this, or how did you get to this goal?
Yeah, it was a journey. It was a journey of I'm one of those people that I always feel that learning and improving myself is super important for me as a motivation. It's like if you look at if I do any strength finder or exercise, like learner and like it's always coming out as the number one. So I always want to see what's next for me. What can I do as a next step? And so this was one where it was always in the back of my mind, but I never really saw the path to get there. Like it was, it's like what is like if somebody comes to you and say, "Hey, Hilke, do you want to fly to the moon?" You would say, "Yeah, maybe I would encourage that. I would think about that." But like, I don't even know. Should I call NASA? What is my first step in this journey?
Right.
And so I was lucky that I met a few people that had done it, and that helped me to realize that there was a path for me. And for me, when I realized there was a path, it was almost like then I should make it a goal, because I would probably regret the rest of my life if I had an ability to do something like that and I would not have been jumping on it. And so that was a really important reason for me to set the goal. And there were a number of other things, like trying to be a role model for my children. There's maybe also some negatives and maybe things that are maybe not as clean. Like there was probably some ego level things involved around at least proving to myself that I was able to do something like that. But I think the key reason was just that if you think you have the opportunity to take an adventure and a goal like that, I would have been regretting again my whole life if I would not have jumped on it.
Did you have any doubt after you made the decision to do it?
Yeah, continuously. Yeah, for sure. Because it's a significant investment in time, in financials, also in like energy, that you also take away from other things in your life. So I wouldn't say it's not totally zero sum, but it's not a limitless opportunity either. So I had my doubts, but I also and this is where I think when we talk about goal setting, and also I'm now connecting it a little bit back to work. I sometimes feel that grit is an underestimated strength of people, but also in teams. And the ability to say, okay, we commit to this thing. We know it's going to be hard. There's going to be bumps. We know there's going to be bumps because there's going to be moments that we feel awful or that we are not achieving the results we expected. And then we have to go through this whole process of like understanding, explaining, getting insights. But hey, we are sticking to the goal that we have set. And so that was for me. I was like, okay, I'm committed to do this, and I will see it through as hard without taking crazy risks. Of course,
yes.
There's a safety issue here that you have to take into account.
Yes, yes. I will see it through. I will see it through. So how do you create that kind of commitment to a goal, to an intention with the team, where there's that you kind of help to activate that grit? And maybe you can think a little bit about how you help activate that, and also what do you do when you don't see it? It's like, and I'm just
Yeah.
thinking about, in our corporate or and just any social setting. I'm guilty as charged. Like I'm in a group, I might be in a family group or whatever, and it's, oh, let's go here.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, okay, sure, yeah. And I'm thinking, well, yeah, but so how do you activate that true grit? Because you need a lot of grit to get up to Mount Everest, and some of these goals that we set as teams are very challenging.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's a few things here. Like, let me first talk about the positive, and then maybe some learning experiences I also had in my life. And the positive is that if you can land an why and create a purpose in your team as well, you will, and especially assuming that you have hired the right talent around you.
Yes.
Like that's kind of an underlying assumption here, is that you will really have, people will get passionate and they will become self-motivators to help achieve together what you want to, the goals of the initiative, of the project, whatever. I think what I've learned is that purpose is really important, as I mentioned. I also think that if you have the right talent, again, is that let people figure out the how, and just set the vision, set the objective, but don't micromanage people. Like, because let them figure out the how, because if they figure out the how, they buy in themselves, and they believe, and they get them. Like, if you come up with an how, you buy in yourself against the success, because you want to also, like, you want to prove or demonstrate that your own contribution here. Make sure you create an inclusive environment, because again, it's in a lot of the environment, like the projects or initiatives that I've worked for, is that there was not like a single formula. It was not like straightforward. So you need to create like a learning team that experiments, that asks the right questions, and that continuously is on a journey to figure it out while you are trying to accomplish something in the market. And so that is, I think those are things that are really important, that you create that environment, have the right talent, and then it becomes almost like the grit develops as part of that process because of how people buy in.
I'm thinking about a particular experience maybe that you've had where you saw this play out. And we're going to take a break in a moment, a short break. Maybe after the break, you can share with us a little bit about maybe a particular experience that you've had, and tell us the story of that experience of a team that really came together around a goal by being inclusive, by figuring out the how themselves, being in it, and maybe also some of the things you had to tame in yourself to not get involved too much. I'm speaking for myself. That's one of my thinking about my previous work, one of my crocodiles, my tendencies that I need to keep an eye on. So I stumble over it. So we're going to take a little break, and then after the break, we'll hear from Erwin Visser, who's a senior leader in Microsoft and also a mountaineer of Mount Everest, to talk about how do we create grit for goal in a team. See you after the break.
Awesome.
So how do you create grit for a goal in a team? Can you tell us an experience or a story?
Yeah, I have I think I will talk about two experiences. The first one, like a more positive one. So we worked on a very important product launch in the 2000, if I'm correct, in the 2008 timeframe, and just before we wanted to put everything in market, the economic crisis hit, as you remember. And I think it was in 2008, early 2009, if I remember correctly. And that completely blew up our plans because all investment money was pulled back because the cost was cut for obvious reasons. And so we had to come back as a team, come together as a team, and really do a rebuild in the shortest amount of time. The purpose was there because people were bought into the project, and so it's the fact that we were so under pressure from a time perspective and expectation, and had to come up with an approach that was based on significant less investment, but still trying to achieve the same impact. That's like it's kind of interesting because this is now 12 years ago. I'm still friends with most of the people in that team.
Wow.
Because you work in such a powerful moment where you really had, like, everybody's tested, everybody is under pressure, but also the fact that we were working together and made it happen at the end in a really positive way, it's created a super strong bond between the people on that project. And it's now, again, it's like 12, 13 years ago, no, 15 years ago. And it's still like a strong connection with all the individuals on that situation.
So Erwin, before you go on, in that team, right? Because hindsight's like, yes, that's happened, right? So we had this setback in 2008, and the team came together and regrouped. Was that an automatic, or what did you have to do as team and as leaders to get into that, as opposed to the other way, which you also could have gone like, oh, this is not working?
Yeah, I think that, and this is where I would say optimism and positive thinking is going to be very important. It's like, okay, things have changed. We need to kind of like go back to the whiteboard, but we are all committed to make it happen and get it done. And I also think is that these moments of like big change, and I maybe don't want to use the word stress, because stress, I think, is where arguably the pressure becomes too high and it becomes like a negative. But some amount of external pressure, it also helps for people to become real, because it kind of takes the layer off that we try to sometimes hide our own personalities, and so real personality starts to shine, which can be a real positive if you have the right environment where people can be themselves and really come together to solve a problem. By the way, Hilke, this is one of the reasons why I also like mountain climbing, or is that when you go to an experience with a group of people like Everest or any other mountain, is that after a few hours, people become real, because the environment it's so, like, I would say, so it's so challenging that you don't have the energy to try to be somebody else that you really are. And so it creates, I think, these strong connections because of that everybody is very, like, everybody becomes themselves, is transparent. And yeah, and some of those like ego things that you try to demonstrate to the world, they just fall off. And then you get back to your real self in those circumstances. That, I think, was an important reason, and coming back to that project, why it was successful.
Yes. So I want to highlight this point of when you sign up for a goal together that really challenges you, it almost scrubs you of your mask, and the real you has to come to the surface. It's like, okay, all right, are you there? We got it. Like, what are we going to do here? Like that,
Yes.
right? And all the ego strategic personalities about, I have to be nice, I have to be competent, I have to do well, blah, 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 all goes to the background. So what we actually are comes to the foreground. So a question I have for you is, how do you create a goal together that people are actually into, right? So people signed up themselves to go to Mount Everest. I don't think you had much to do with that besides for yourself. But
Mhm.
at work, how do you create a goal that a team actually is willing to take the mask off for and be real for?
Yeah, it's a collective process. It's really a collective process where you, as in this case, in my role as potentially as a leader, you set the purpose, you kind of like set some level of aspiration, but then you let collectively you work on the goals and the how, and that creates the buy-in from a team where people are really committed to achieve it.
So that sense of creating the bigger why, the bigger, I'm thinking you said whiteboard, the bigger why board, and
Yeah.
then having people figure out themselves how we're going to contribute to this, what are the goals we will pick.
Yeah, and it's a fascinating process. If you create like if you create that process in an inclusive way where people believe they can be themselves, they will volunteer for areas where they feel they have the strength and can contribute the best to the project. So you immediately see that there are people that have certain strengths, could be in execution, could be in content development, could be in anything, is that they will start volunteering. And so the project team will really come together. And where people bring in their strengths
Yes.
in a very natural way if they are committed to the overall like objective or goal that you want to achieve.
Beautiful.
And I think creating that collective process and also an atmosphere in your team where people can be themselves, I think is super important. Setting the right culture. Culture is probably like the underlying culture of the team and organization is clearly like hugely important in these.
Hugely important to create that sort of culture where people are feeling ready to take off the masks, be themselves, and contribute and create that bigger why. So, what would you say to a leader or a person who feels their goals are not as exciting, not as meaningful, or they just don't have goals that are like Mount Everest like, that are like lifting them up? What would you say to them?
I think you, as a leader, you need to become creative and thoughtful in how you set a goal. And I heard a great example even yesterday is that, I think we all know John Deere. They are a tractor company,
Right.
like they build tractors. But you know what their goal is? Their goal is to feed the world. And so you and not I'm not going to say that every project you can connect to feeding the world or curing a disease, but I think as a leader, one of your roles is that you find a way to really talk about what you try to achieve beyond like sales goals or revenue goals. Like you have to really like feel create a passion that is beyond just the counting of the beans.
Beautiful. So if we take that to Mount Everest, and we're getting towards the last few minutes of our conversation, what if you reflect back, what's the bigger why? Why was Mount Everest so important to you? What was the underlying purpose and goal for that for you?
Yeah, it's the easiest question to ask and the hardest to answer. I honestly think I talked about seeing the path. I talked about want to be a role model. I also think that it's for me personally as a goal. It was probably closing the gap between the person I believed I was and the person I wanted to be.
Closing the gap between the person that you felt you were and the person that you wanted to be. And what have you discovered now that you have summited? You're back down here, one piece, alive. What have you discovered?
Yeah, it's. I think for me maybe the most important discovery is that how much you can do as a human if you really put like really focus and put all your energy behind something. Because again, it's like we if I'm although I had mountain climbing experience and I trained very hard, it was not that I was trying to do something without any like limitations. I had cancer twice in my life. I had some other like areas of issues that I had while I was training and going through this process. And so it's kind of remarkable how much as a human you can achieve if you really create your own personal passion and focus around some like a goal like that.
It's amazing. I'm hearing from this conversation, from what you're saying, like it's quite a beautiful gift in the mind that we can have goals, that we can set goals, because they teach us something about ourselves. They lift us out of our limitation and into our potential more and more. It's really what I'm getting from you. This like set goals. So as I'm listening to you, and I invited people listening to you as well, thinking about what are goals that you set and which goals are truly meaningful to you, and how did these goals lift you out of your maybe imagined limitations, and what's possible on the other side of that.
I'm a strong believer, and we're moving a little bit more philosophical now. But hey, I'm a strong believer that that setting goals is personally for yourself is the only way to drive progress, and otherwise but I also think there's an interesting trade-off is like making sure you keep present and enjoy smaller things on a daily basis. Because if you get too overly focused on some goals that you want to achieve, you don't want to lose the muscle of enjoying your sunset.
Beautiful. The power of presence. Thinking about what Carson said, the power of appreciation of what's here, while we play in the context of these goals, and we appreciate every step along the way. Erwin, I want to thank you so much for your presence with us today and illuminating more about how goals can help us see more about what's possible within us and help to realize more of our potential, and how important it is, and I love your closing here, to stay present and to appreciate what's here. And I appreciate you, Erwin, for sharing openly and being such a role model for us to set goals that are worthwhile and are uplifting. Thank you so much. We've been with Erwin Visser today. Anything else you want to say by way of closing, Erwin?
No, hey, Hilco, as always, appreciated for this conversation. It's always I love your way of framing so many like complex issues. So thank you.
Thank you, Erwin. Thank you again, Erwin, and thank you for listening. Erwin Visser is a senior leader in Microsoft, also a mountaineer who recently stood on Mount Everest. We are in the Connected Teamwork Summit. We're going to take a short break for half an hour, and then we will continue our journey with listening to Matt Oppenheimer, the CEO of Remitly, and Vignesh Shetty, Senior Vice President at GE Healthcare, about getting to know each other and serving together. And also, we will demo the Connected Teamwork game, which at some point will become an app, all in the service, talking about goals of making connectedness more of a core orientation in life and leadership. You've been listening to the first segment of the Connected Teamwork Summit. Enjoy a break and see you in about half an hour. Welcome back, everyone, to the Connected Teamwork Summit. I'm your host, Hilke Faber, one of the co-hosts, and I'm here for this next discussion about team-defining moment, getting to know each other with Matt Oppenheimer. Matt, how are you today?
Doing well. Good to see you, Hilke.
Good to see you. I'm so appreciative that you are here. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about Matt. And before I do that, just a brief reflection on the first two segments of our conference so far, where we heard from Carson about appreciation and from Erwin about goal setting. And one of the things I appreciated about Carson is how he talked about how appreciation creates this plugging in such situation where we can be plugged in all the time, no matter what happens. And that creates the fabric of relatedness from which everything else is possible. And then talking with Erwin about having goals like summiting Mount Everest that help us see that we are capable of so much more than we think we are. So very grateful to be in this exploration. And now continuing with Matt, who is a dear friend and a person that I deeply admire for his humanity, care, leadership, and courage to follow his vision. He is the CEO and co-founder of Remitly, and Remitly is a digital remittance provider in the world. He's a leading digital money provider and transmittance provider. Matt is one of these people that has an inspiration and trust it. Like I know about you that you started alcohol-free parties and drug-free parties in high school, and even your grandmother was part of that at some point. And you have this ability to relate human to human. You've built this amazing organization of thousands of people worldwide now, together with others, that is so values-led. I think about compassionate partnership, constructively direct, joy, things that to me describe who you are, besides a person that always has me soften on the inside and make me sit up like, okay, Hilke, you can be even better. So welcome, Matt.
Thank you, Hilke. Feeling is very mutual and really honored to be here.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, we're going to talk about this team-defining moment called getting to know each other. We have 12 team-defining moments in the summit that we're looking at. So tell us a little bit about how what you've learned about creating connectedness in your teams, in your life, through getting to know each other. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's a great point, Hilke. And by the way, if my voice is a little off, it's because I'm getting over a sickness. So appreciate your patience on that. But and when it comes to team defining, or defining moments in terms of creating connectedness within a team, the first thing that comes to mind is I think that there's varying degrees of connectedness with oneself. And I also intentionally brought up the fact that I'm sick today because we all show up at different times in different ways with, different work meetings and things that we have. And being authentic today, one of the things that I needed to do before this is really just sit and connect with myself, connect a little bit more with how I'm feeling and how I'm doing. So then I can show up in a little bit more authentic and connected way with you, with others that we're chatting with today. And so the way that we've implemented that at Remitly, if I think about my team, is it's a continuous effort to first give people the opportunities to connect with oneself, give them the psychological safety to do that, give them the space to do that. I think that we can all, as we're debating various business topics and things like that, get flooded. It's something that happens with me where, it's hard to kind of stay at what we call at Remitly above the line in terms of being our best, most connected and rooted is a word that you use, Hilke, authentic self. And so we can go through a bunch of examples in terms of how we've instilled that at offsites, at our executive team meetings. There's a lot that we also need to continue to do better, and it's been fun to learn from other speakers that you've had both today and in general, Hilke. But I think connectedness has to start with oneself first, and making sure that as we're coming into a place, that there is that connectedness that's the foundation.
Beautiful. Yeah, and as we were exploring this topic of like getting to know each other at work, right? Behind the mask. I love that you start off with saying, I'm not feeling well. And I'm so grateful you're here anyway. I hope you're taking good care of yourself. And when I got your message this morning that I'm not feeling well, I was like, well, that's part of connectedness too. I'm so appreciated that you are sharing that, so that we can know what we're in for here for today. So how do you help, and maybe start with yourself, this whole process of getting to know each other? To me is like a lifelong journey, right?
Yeah.
How do you give yourself the psychological safety to get to know Matt? Let's start there.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's been a constant journey. I mean, I'm surprised, I'm now in my 40s and I'm still surprised that I learn things about myself, whether that's via very good friends that help me process and point out things about myself, whether that's within that very good friend group, my wife. She's helped me grow and get to know myself at a much deeper level in terms of blind spots that I might have had. Therapy has been helpful. Getting myself in that right headspace in terms of meditation and prayer has been helpful for me specifically. So I have to come to it with that like curious growth mindset and challenging my assumptions always. But I think that the thing that's been one of the biggest growth areas for me, and I think this also we try to instill within the Remitly culture, is as one gets to know oneself or as one gets to know others, how to approach it with a without judgment and without judgment. That doesn't mean there aren't, especially in the work context, acceptable behaviors versus not acceptable behaviors, but we all are the way that we are because of our lived experiences, because of who we are. And for me, it's still a journey. As I've gotten to know various aspects of myself, my upbringing, my influences, I'm very proud of a lot of who I am. And there's areas where I'm like, wow, I really would like to be different in that way. But as opposed to berating myself, accepting it and recognizing that we all are a product of our lived experiences, I think is a super helpful mentality, because that is, I think, where kind of authentic growth can come from.
We all are a product of our lived experiences, and how you relate that to stepping out of judgment and into something that's more connecting. Tell us, give us an example. Like, give us an example of what happens with Matt when the judgment thing goes off.
Yeah.
And how do you step through that? How do you work yourself through that? I can share my own experience with that, which I have daily. Like, my mind is so attuned to things not going to my expectations that the first thing the mind goes to is wrong. Wrong. To give you an example, our LinkedIn link wasn't working this morning while I was doing my keynote. And my first thought was some really aggressive thought towards myself and then to some people that work with me. And it took conscious effort to say, whoa, step out of this. Remember, this is a summit about connectedness. And you just said that judgment is one of the key disconnectors. So how do you work yourself through that?
Yeah, it's a great question. To make it more tangible, this is more of like a growth area of mine. When I say I didn't even realize things until my 40s, there's a book. Well, before the book, what I didn't realize about myself, and I think this is true in a lot of society, is the unconscious bias that many individuals have around fatness, that term specifically. And there's a book called What We Don't Talk About When We Talk About Fat by Audrey Gordon, who which I started to read because I was challenged by some of my close friends and others that kind of said, I think that there might be some unconscious bias that you have in that space. And I'd never actually put things like body weight or fatness into that category of like unconscious bias. I always had thought of things like, age, gender, ethnicity, things like that I think are more common within that world. And it's opened up a whole area for me that at first I was like, oh my gosh, I was so frustrated myself because obviously I wouldn't want to have any sort of bias, conscious or unconscious, towards anyone. And when I read that book, it was actually very hard to like recognize some of the bias that I had in that specific space, and how much more attuned I am to it in society now. And so to the hard on yourself point, I think there were instances there where I did have to take a step back, make sure that I was in the right headspace myself, to where I wasn't judging myself, recognizing that I'm a product of the world that we live in, but then take that and say, well, what can I learn? How can I challenge my own beliefs and assumptions with curiosity? And it's led to some really beautiful things at Remitly in terms of we now have an affinity group called Bodies at Remitly. We have a leader who's the affinity group leader of that group who, during the interview process, I saw on her resume at the bottom that she was the affinity group leader for the equivalent of Bodies at Remitly at the company that she was at before. And it just led to this amazing, authentic conversation. And I do think that when things like that happen, it also creates a different level of psychological safety, curiosity, and openness that then also is applied to, how we serve our customers, how we interact, how we get things done at Remitly. So that's one kind of more tangible example.
And you make it sound so simple, Matt, right? So in a way, and I know it's not that way. And you also talked about the journey that you make in that moment. So tell us a little bit about what is that inside of Matt when you're not above the line, when you're in this judgment, and how do you traverse that murky terrain towards curiosity, compassion, understanding, relatedness? How do you traverse that terrain in between?
Yeah. It's a good question. There's another example that's coming to mind that I can maybe share. It's somewhat relevant to your question, but I would say that, I think examples are important in instances like this. After our youngest child was born, in terms of connectedness, there was a lot of connectedness in terms of like a new being in the family, but there's also a lot of like sleep deprivation. There's a lot of like just a lot of dynamics. I mean, and so it's hard to take care of oneself during that period. And so what I found myself in that period doing was especially being short with the people that I loved most, namely my parents and my dad in that instance. And I can't remember if I've told you this story, Hilke, but I'll remember it for the rest of my life, because I do think that modeling is an important component of, how we all become who we are. And to answer your question more directly, one is I knew in the moment that I was just like, I was a little bit exhausted. I was going to be below the line. So I tried to be gentle with myself in those instances. But then what I did, and that is I don't know if I actually was as gentle with myself as I should have been. I felt really bad. But one of the things that I did is I then went to my dad. I went and said, let's have coffee. And I went to my dad and I said, hey, listen, I am sorry. I apologize that I've been short with you. Here's why. And just apologize without excuses. And I said, I've been working on some things that, that for myself, that sometimes like when we interact, it can be challenging. And the thing that I'll never forget is my dad in that instance was like, tell me more about what you're learning about yourself and how you're growing. Like he came to it with like such a growth mindset. I've told him that story as well, but he could have been so like, yes, you've been a jerk and I'm angry with you as well. And instead he came to it with such a growth mindset and curiosity. And so I do think that owning one, like not berating oneself is different than, and not judging oneself is also different than a heartfelt apology as well. And I think that heartfelt apology also led to connectedness, because, and I think it's totally okay to be wrong. And I think it's totally okay to apologize.
Yeah.
Judgment of oneself and judgment of others, I think we do a lot in society. And I'd argue that leads to less growth, curiosity, authenticity, but that's different than apologizing.
I love this. I love the way you're speaking about how that gentleness kind of dissolves the berating energy, which doesn't become like a Pollyannish acceptance of whatever it is, but it also includes the space to then see clearly what needs to change
Mhm.
and how to make an amend. And then your dad saying, oh, tell me more about how you're growing. That is
Mhm.
such a powerful question in getting to
Mhm.
know each other better,
Mhm.
which to me suggests everything is welcome. Everything is welcome here.
Mhm.
I'm going to ask you after the break, because I'm going to take a short break, how
Right.
you bring that attitude and orientation and atmosphere of gentleness, of really getting to know each other, want to get to know each other. How do you bring that to work at Remitly, at a company that has, high values and also high goals and is very visible? You're a stock listed company.
Mhm.
So I want to know more about that. We're going to come back
Mhm.
after the break. I'm talking to Matt Oppenheimer, co-founder and CEO of Remitly, about this team defining moment of getting to know each other. Appreciate you listening. See you after the break. So getting to know each other at work, getting to know each other at work with this
Yeah.
gentleness. How do you do that as a CEO of a company?
Yeah. Yeah. It's great. It's a great question, Ilka. I think that I think that there's one of our values, which I've mentioned a few times in this conversation, is lead authentically, and it was uh, it is a value that we added a year or two ago that I think has been very powerful for our culture. We actually changed it from be transparent, and it not just it was kind of an amalgamation of a few changes that we made because we refresh our values every year. But I think that it was interesting if I reflect back on the be transparent and when we think about connectedness and getting to know each other, I think that be transparent, not usually that was applied to like business metrics and things like that, that I felt like was a unattainable aspiration. And I think that we can't, and this goes both with me as CEO to everybody in the company, but also the other way. I expect people to use good judgment about what they share with me in the context that they share. And I expect that they have the trust that I'll do the same. And so we moved from be transparent to lead authentically, but I also think that's relevant. What do you think about creating connectedness at work? Because I think that there's an element of, it's easy to think that authenticity or connectedness means like sharing everything. And obviously in a work context, there needs to be discretion about what is shared, especially on the personal front. But what I think being authentic means is creating the psychological safety and the ability to, first and foremost, encourage an environment where folks know oneself, and that can be via performance reviews. Obviously, it's more effective. It's via ongoing dialogue. If it's via coaching and things like that we invest in, solid management. None of these things we do perfectly, but I think that all of those things help create an environment where hopefully folks are helping to get to know themselves better on a professional level while they're at work. But it also means creating the psychological safety for someone to be able to say, you know what, if someone is flooded by that, the term I mean is like, I've been in this situation, I've worked on it over the years where it's like, I'm just not in a place where I can engage on that topic right now. Like, I'm just like, I need a timeout. I will take a break. I will come back to this in a place where I can actually engage. I don't know the why. I don't need to know the history around that, but create an environment where that's accepted to say, okay, that's actually celebrated, that you know yourself and that you're taking a break. You actually can engage in a curious growth mindset way, because we all can't do that at times. I think is the kind of culture we want to create when we talk about the value lead authentically. Those are some examples. And then there's also examples in terms of what the company values. Like, I think that, but I can get to that next. Go ahead. You were going to ask something else.
Thank you for being so sensitive. I wanted to ask you more about this admission of flood. I think that's such a powerful part of the culture that you're able to talk about that. Can you tell us about what, maybe an example of where you experienced that? And I imagine you as a CEO being at very high stakes situations a lot of the time. A lot of eyes are on you. And so not always might be an opportune time. I'm thinking, maybe I'm totally wrong with this, saying, well, I'm flooded at the moment. I need a timeout. So tell me about how you have worked, or how do you work with this admission of flood as a CEO, and how do you work through that?
Yeah. I mean, one example I think you and I have talked about in the past, Helke, is, during during one of our many fundraising processes in the private capital markets, where the outcome always looked very good, but we often got a lot of no's along the way. And that was at a time when we very much were reliant on capital to continue to grow the business. And we would get no after no after no. And there were some investors I honestly didn't have great feedback, but there were some investors where I really wanted their feedback. And after the 35th no and back feeling against the wall, if I would have asked in that moment and said, hey, listen, I'd love your feedback, that wouldn't have been effective. I would not have been as curious growth mindset, because what I needed to get done in the short term was like get this fundraise done. And so it was making a note to go back to some of those investors that I really respected and wanted their views, to say, hey, listen, tell me more, like why? Because they don't really have an incentive also, if there's any defensiveness, to share, because they just want to stay in touch. They don't want to like upset the entrepreneur. Tell me more, tell me why. And that led to some really good things. Like most of our rounds were our private rounds were led by an investor that passed in our previous round, because we did come with that curious growth mindset. And ultimately, especially in the private capital market, investors in a board seat, they want to be helpful. So that's one example that comes to mind.
I'm thinking about how your dad said to you, tell me more about how you're growing. And that same curiosity you are able to transmit to your investors. And that creates forward momentum and forward possibilities, as opposed to end of the line, you didn't like me and I'm out, and you're out. It's a very different situation. So continue the thread that you were on already about how do you instill this culture of authenticity and being able to be honest about floods or other things. How do you do that at Remitly?
So I think that there's also a powerful element at Remitly in that if you were to ask why, what brings, it varies probably in degree, and by the way, everything I'm saying, we're by no means perfect. Like as I'm going through and talking through some of these things, I'm thinking in the back of my mind, we can improve that, we can improve that, we can improve that, hopefully without too much judgment, but just noting that the world is not binary. We can improve in a lot of the things that I'm saying. But the example that comes, the other thing that I think is unique about Remitly is, I think everybody at the company, or I hope everybody, the majority of folks at the company are there because they really want to make a positive impact in our customers' lives. And we all have multiple motives. We have motives, to provide for our families, to get recognition and promotion, to, there's a lot of different, to learn and grow. But I do think that some companies really weight heavily on how can I get the next promotion? How can I get the next, dollar, et cetera. And I think there's a very special part at Remitly that's rooted in that connectedness and purpose, which is we're here to serve our customers, and we make a very positive impact in the world by doing that. And I do think having that foundation is super important, because what is required to accomplish that might actually be different in terms of connectedness and growth. Some of the things we're talking around authenticity, customer centricity, et cetera, that might actually be different than a hard charging sales organization that is trying to maximize short-term profits or something like that. It just creates a different culture in terms of authenticity and connectedness, I think. So I think that's an important part as well, is why are people there in the first place? And I think people are Remitly for multiple reasons, but I think the majority of Remitlians are there because they want to make a positive impact on our customers' lives. And then everything kind of else flows from there.
I love this connection between having higher purpose and that creating a space to be authentic, because authenticity becomes more important in the pursuit of a higher purpose than just a small ego goal, which might be, maximizing short-term profit at all cost. It's a different situation. We are getting amazingly already to the last 5 minutes of this conversation. Before we get to the close of this, I would love to hear from you a very brief example of how authenticity made the difference in this? How authenticity made the difference? Like, what was the road not taken, and how did the authentic road make the difference? Can you share a quick example if you have one?
Yeah. I won't use a name because it involves a specific individual, although this is one of many examples. I think the areas where authenticity has made me most proud, and I think driven the best business results, is when it's enabled people to kind of really so it actually has been that, to be more direct, so I'm not too vague, it's when it has opened people's apertures to understand what they truly love, what they're truly good at, and let go of some of the shoulds or the momentums that I think can carry us in our career. So it's been via role changes. Sometimes the example that comes to mind is this was several years ago, but an individual who really got to the root of what mattered to them, and that root of what mattered to them actually meant them no longer being at Remitly. Yeah. And I've seen that individual continue to soar and succeed and have greater fulfillment and happiness. And that individual was with the company for 5+ years and made an enormous impact. And it was with a lot of mixed emotions that person left. But that's the kind of authenticity that I think can help, because it enables people to themselves get to a very good spot, as opposed to underperformance, other things that can start to rear their head if that authenticity doesn't take the kind of forefront.
Yeah, I see authenticity leading to self-reflection, self-honesty, and also decisions that are authentic and therefore carry weight and gravitas and create a culture that you may want. Final question. We can speak many hours, and you and I met. Final question for this call is, what would you say to somebody who's looking for just a practical tip, and say, well, yes, that authenticity sounds great, but in my company, that's just not how things are. What would you say to them?
I would say two things. One, the first thing is don't settle for a company where you can't be your authentic self. And the second is, if you come to a meeting, a situation with curiosity, connectedness, calm, ease, rootedness, a lot of things that you often say, Hilke, that those around you, that you might be surprised with those around you. And if you're not, it goes back to the first piece of advice, is work on finding a place where you can be that way.
Thank you, Matt. You definitely helped me, and I think many others, to realize that being authentic is probably far less scary than our mini mind makes it up to be. And by doing so, we create safety for ourselves and for others. And one of the things that will stay with me lifelong is this intense curiosity for, so how are you growing through this? How are you growing through this? And this moment of acknowledgement of when we are flooded. And just saying, yeah, that's part of the human experience too. So thank you so much, Matt, for being with us also on a day that you were not feeling 100%. I enjoyed it as 1,000% and more. So thank you so much for being with us. We've been talking with Matt Oppenheimer, who's the co-founder and CEO of Remitly, about this team-defining moment of getting to know each other. We'll take a short break and we'll continue this exploration of connectedness in teams speaking with Vignesh Shetty in a moment about how do we actually think about being in service to a higher goal, which you already alluded to. So thank you so much, Matt, and thank you everybody for listening.
It's okay.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Connected Teamwork Summit. We are going to continue this conversation. I'm here with Vignesh Shetty today. He is a senior vice president at GE Healthcare and many other things I'll talk about in a second. How are you doing, Vignesh, today?
Doing good, Hood. How are you?
I'm well, and really nice to see you. And thank you for seeing you on the screen again. I had a wonderful podcast with you a few months ago. And what struck me from that podcast was how purpose-led your life is and how you go about things. And so that's the topic also I wanted to talk to you about today, about how you can be in service together, which we call this team defining moment. Number 4, we've talked about sort of the 4, what we call white belt moments, getting to know each other, appreciation of play, goal setting, and now getting to know each other. So let's talk about this moment and about like how can we be of service together in this particular segment. And Vignesh comes to us with plenty of experience. He is has experience with over 2 decades of building and launching and scaling innovative products across healthcare, digital, and AI, healthcare, life sciences, and networking, in GE Healthcare and also in Cisco. Many accomplishments, creating big businesses, creating hiring and mentoring people, creating a company that runs at high velocity standards, leading complex projects. And again, what strikes me most about what you've shared with me in the past, Vignesh, and what I admire about you is how thoughtful you are about the purpose you lead from. So welcome. Glad you're here today.
Again,
Yeah.
It's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Yeah, great, wonderful. So tell us a little bit more about serving together and how you actually create connectedness by being very clear about what you are in service to.
Sure. Maybe what I will do is I'll share something that I don't believe I've actually shared with anybody before. It's not a story of bits and bytes, which is the world I inhabit, as you probably know,
Yes.
but actually of brushstrokes and bonds that my wife immerses herself in. So this is a story that resonates with me personally about connectedness and of being of service, to your point, right? I think it was May 2017. Excuse me, I have a bit of a cold. My wife, she likes to paint, and she was having challenges getting into the zone and getting inspired. And my younger son uh, was asking her to get back to painting because he had seen what she could do and what she isn't doing. So, but an opportunity arose for my wife to mentor aspiring teen painters from underserved schools.
Mm.
Initially, she was a little apprehensive because she wasn't sure if she, given the state of mind, given that she wasn't getting that spark, would she be able to make a difference to them? But she was touched by the students' eagerness to learn basic techniques that many took for granted. And in just passing that knowledge on to a receptive next generation, what happened is that she rediscovered her spark that comes from connecting around a craft with people who care.
Mm.
And then with time, her rapt young mentees relit within my wife her own beginner's fire. And that curiosity drove her to take more risks, engage with more contemporary styles. I'm not the expert, she is. And return to artist groups, which ironically led her to make her best art after this mentoring session. And more importantly, she's ended up building bonds with them that are stronger than most friendships today. So for me, the key insights that I wanted to highlight was you could rediscover yourself through the act of giving. Sometimes the greatest masterpieces aren't just on canvas, but on the tapestry of human connection.
Mm.
And turning your attention to guiding others often lights our own path so that you can grow, receive wisdom, and collectively push us beyond the boundaries of solo success. That kind of was what I took away from my wife's experience.
Thank you for the great way also you're putting that, very poetic, like the great tapestry of human connection is where we get to paint and express. Now, how have you experienced this in your own life, this lesson, that insight that your wife, and through her experiences, basically through giving and giving to the greater, something was sparked in herself. How have you experienced this in your own life and leadership working with teams?
Yeah, no, great question again. So again, let me just think about the several of these incidents. So let me see what comes to mind. I can think of one that I think most resonates. Is this was when I am in Wisconsin, so this is when I just moved here. I think it was the winter of 2019. It was a pretty extreme winter. It was a polar vortex season, the kind of winter that turns breath into smoke and makes even the bravest shiver. So we were inside a conference room in GE Healthcare, and our director of digital platforms for AI, he felt a gnawing fear because he knew we were going to miss deadlines for an AI algorithm that we were working for with the MRI team back then.
Mhm.
Now, this individual was a master of leading teams or master himself of building complex algorithms, but he felt a little lost in the weight of his what he thought was his team's impending failure. And he was part of my organization. So he and I were having a connect. Right? That evening we spoke. I said just go back, trust your instincts. But then it wasn't so much what I said. But when he went back that evening to his house, he found a story about African lions in the savannah, right? And I think the bottom line was gazelles, as you know, have little trouble outrunning even the fastest of lions. But these lions have a clever trick. They do this in the Serengeti. You can go. I think that you can Google this. I Googled it, and turns out it's true. It's not folklore. They place the old and the weak lions on the other side of the herd, and while the young ones come on this side, and then the young ones come within visible distance of the gazelles, but they don't go after the gazelles. So what happens is the gazelles head towards the older lion, and the older lion isn't in a position to actually cause any harm. But the expectation of the older lion is they roar as loudly as they can. And when they do that, even though they are on the other side, the roar would scare these gazelles, make them run away from the noise. But as they ran straight into the jaws of the waiting younger lions. Right now, here's the thing you want to think about. Why am I telling you this? The gazelles had a choice. They could either run away from the roar, which seemed safer but was actually more dangerous, or they could run towards the roar, which was actually in reality safer, though it appeared more dangerous. Because the person who was actually roaring wasn't in a position to do anything significant in terms of harm. So this got this director thinking, and he came back the next day and he started an initiative within his team saying, let's run to the roar. It encouraged the employees, his team, to share their vulnerabilities, to take calculated risks, and learn from failure. And that server room, which was once just a sterile hub of data and bytes and bits, actually became a breeding ground for innovation that was fueled by both stories, by shared journeys, and by shared experiences. And if you look back now, years later, right, that particular team with the algorithm that they built has become one of the best-selling products from the portfolio that we have today. And then, so the lesson that we learned in that Milwaukee room, inspired by the African lion's courage, is actually echoed now across the world, proving that sometimes the greatest innovations spark not from algorithms but from the roar of the human spirit. That's kind of what I would say is something that comes to mind.
The human spirit that then can get tricked by the roar. And what you're saying is, no, you walk towards it. You walk towards it. You even run towards it. You run towards the roar. You run towards the roar. That's a t-shirt. And I love that you're saying that. It's like, we need to run towards the roar. How did that story inspire people to actually give more of themselves? Because it sounds like that's what happened. How did that actually happen? Can you give an example of how that story then changed what was going on in that group?
Well, in simple ways, the one thing that, for example, I give you an example of what used to happen before, right? Before the team used to come in, they view themselves as somebody who's responsible for a set of tasks. And each person had a different definition of what the bigger picture was. And more importantly, they didn't share their vulnerabilities. They kept it to themselves. And all that they voiced was the end result, meaning the concern was that they will miss their dates or they won't be able to deliver. But they didn't really scratch the surface and explain why they felt that way. Was it that they were counting on somebody else's help and they weren't comfortable asking for it? or they didn't count on that other person to be able to put their hand up and sort of provide that helping hand when they needed it. None of those things are coming out. But when this director went back and actually shared this story, and then he helped them apply that story in tangible terms and how they could change the way they work, it created a space for psychological safety. I think this is just my interpretation of what
Yes.
has happened.
Yes.
I mean, I'm no expert in the space, but what I noticed after that is meetings were a lot more filled with a lot more fun and laughter. There was a lot less focus on, hey, can I deliver it or not, and more on, hey, here's where what I'm seeing. Am I looking at it the right way, or is there somebody who can shed light on something that I'm not doing that I should be doing, or thinking something that I should be thinking that I'm not thinking? So this notion of this growth mindset, where it was less about outcome orientation and more about let's just focus on being more present and help each other, I think completely shifted both the frame of thinking and ultimately the end result, because now it is by far the best selling product, by far, right? There's nothing else remotely close to this in terms of impact to end customers. And most of patients all over the world who are going through an MRI scan indirectly or directly benefit from that innovation that happened back then.
So Vignesh, as I think about what you're saying, it sounds there's the importance of being clear what you're in service of. Are you in service of this smaller goal, which may lead you to run away from the roar? Or do you put yourself in service of this broader goal, this broader purpose, which is let's grow together, let's learn together, let's put ourselves in service to being present? That's a very different orientation than the very binary, you're late or you're on time or you're early, which sometimes happens as well. Yes. So tell us, Vignesh, how have you applied this orientation of being in service in your own life? How have you applied that in your own life? Because I sense there's so much of that.
Yeah. First, let me start by saying that this is still work in progress, right? But the way I've been trying to apply this in my team is first understand what the source of the disconnect has been. Before we go down to trying to help solve the problem, can you help really understand why disconnectedness occurs in the first place? So, for example, one of the things that I've witnessed is, and sometimes we've seen teams so disconnected, they almost use carrier pigeons to communicate across their desks. And it's almost a true story. Now, but for real, this was a case during COVID, the pandemic. We had to build a project for a platform for a large hospital network in the US.
Yes.
And I don't remember the exact timelines, but we were supposed to integrate the data from various set of sources. I won't bore you with the details, but we had to take data from electronic health records, medical devices, patient surveys. It was an ambitious project.
Yes.
Obviously, it's in the heart peak of the pandemic. Lives were being lost, and we had to make sure that we build this out in time. And the team had faced several obstacles along the way. So what the pandemic had also done is this team was used to, in the past, pre-pandemic, working face-to-face in a room, great camaraderie. But unfortunately, as you know, it had disrupted the work environment and the communication model. So they had to switch to remote work. And what that led to is it led to reduced face-to-face interactions and a different mode of collaboration than they were hitherto used to. This is not a new team. It's a team that used to work well.
Right.
Just not used to working remotely with each other. And then there was the emotional stress, as you can imagine, and the uncertainty caused by the pandemic, which affected their motivation, productivity. So as a result, they felt disconnected from each other, from the project's purpose. They started to lose trust, respect. And hence, they started to not communicate as much as they used to. Right? And what so happens was each team member had maybe different expectations, different assumptions. Somebody wanted to deliver a high quality product. Others wanted to meet a deadline and a budget. And we just realized that we need to get together. And so one of the things we did, which I think your question is, this is the situation we found ourselves in, where the teams are disconnected. how did we apply some of the learnings to build connectedness in the moment? Right?
Mm.
Is that right?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So I think one of the things we tried to do, and that's why I said it's work in progress, is we try to dive into the why together.
Mm.
And what I mean by that is we don't the natural course of action is to dissect failures. Why did this happen? What could we have done differently? But this team started to try and even celebrate success and dissect success too. They started to ask, why did we win?
Mm.
Not just why did something fail? To
Mhm.
learn, to grow, and to avoid complacency. That's also being in service, because if you celebrate small wins, you're actually being of service, because you're helping people objectively look at things they've done well, not just things they could improve on. And this is also, by the way, how you avoid the winner's curse, because sometimes teams that have succeeded in silos believe this is the success formula, and they end up staying disconnected because they have inertia working for them.
Yes,
And
yes,
they
yes.
sometimes can't distinguish between luck and skill. So that's one thing that I believe we started to do differently.
Thank you for that, Vignesh. We're going to take a short break. After the break, I want to dive a bit more with you in this. How does Vignesh do this in his own life? Like, how have you put yourself in service? How and what decisions have you made based upon being in service? What I took away already from our conversation here is that putting ourselves in service of a bigger goal allows for more authenticity, allows for people actually to speak up. Putting ourselves into service, into creating a more compelling context, like running towards the roar, can provide a culture of vulnerability where people can share with each other what's actually going on, and based upon that, keep achieving together. Could take a short break and we'll be back. I'm speaking to Vignesh Shetty. There you go. Right, Vignesh. So tell me about some choices and decisions you've made where the orientation of service made the difference.
So one of the choices I've made, both personally and again when I have conversations with my team on how they structure their priorities, is to be able, and this is something I was taught by a mentor, is am I building incentives into whatever we call it, performance management plans, prioritization, where team members get rewarded, including me, for driving my peers' outcomes. It's not just whether I delivered against X. So a lot of my priorities when I have a conversation with my boss, and I do the same thing with my directs, is yes, you get a certain amount of credit for delivering on what you said you will deliver within the time, within the quality, within the budget. But more importantly, how do you do this even when you recognize and reward your peers? How do you make them successful?
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing happens at home. Like when I talk to my kids, it's not just about that the older one succeed in doing what he said he'll do, but if both he and the younger one need to go for a shared outing, or they want to watch a movie, they only get that reward, or the carrot, if you will, if they've demonstrated how they made their younger brother or older brother successful. Right? And if they can't demonstrate that, even if they've met their end of the bargain, they don't get that shared reward, which typically because that's one way to inculcate the sense of being larger than yourself. Right now, the jury is still out on whether that's working or not. It's an experiment. I'll let you know in about a year whether that's a best practice or something to avoid. But it's definitely something both my wife and I have been working with the kids at home on, and we do the same thing at work. And I try and practice that in my performance reviews as well. And the idea is to again go. It's when it comes to the team. One of the things we are trying to do is we obviously still do the team building exercises, but it's more focusing on real stories, shared journeys, vulnerabilities where A has helped B. In some cases, A didn't even know he or she was helping B, right? And B brings that out in a team meeting, saying, "Here's how A helped me," and she didn't even know it, right? And that kind of creates
Mm.
a sense of moral upliftment that I think is more sustainable than a team building exercise where everybody enjoys it. They create something for a day, a week, they come back, and it's not as, what I've noticed is not as sticky.
Right, right. So instilling this mentality of helping each other, making that core as an orientation, that creates connectedness that lasts. I'm just curious, Vignesh, think about the situation where somebody helped you either grow or succeed or be something or do something that you really wanted. What was your experience of that? What was the impact of that?
Yeah,
Maybe as
so
a way to bring that home for us.
sure. This is a story of I'm thinking which I'll pick one which comes to mind. Yeah, of my mentor back in my previous company. This is when I was a first time people manager, and clearly my focus was on vertical growth. So I went to him, and I hope he listens to this because I owe him a debt of gratitude. Is, hey, I know what XYZ. I don't know what I need to do to get promoted. I think I've been doing everything in my power. I'm just not getting the recognition I need, so on and so forth. And what he asked me to do, which resonated with me, and I use that example shamelessly without giving him credit, I should, is say, learn from the young trees in the Amazon rainforest, Vignesh. And I was a little puzzled by his statement because I'm talking about how do I grow in my career, and he's telling me about young trees in the Amazon rainforest. And what he really meant is, like, he said, look, all of these young trees dream of growing tall enough to see the vast forest surrounding them. They all want to grow 100 feet tall. But they usually, what happens is they are sprouted in a spot of dense, underbrush that blocks nearly all of the sunlight from reaching their little branches because they're still tiny at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So while many of these nearby saplings, stretch themselves thin, all of the trees around them are really trying to rise above the others so that they can extract the maximum amount of sunlight because it's a competition out there.
Mm-hmm.
Right? What these young saplings did was they decided to dig their roots deep into the fertile soil, knowing that in some ways, in darkness, strength grows from below because they're surrounded by taller trees.
Mm-hmm.
They can't necessarily, it's not a race to the top. Let's dig deep down.
Mm-hmm.
And that patiently they strengthen their foundation year by year.
Mm-hmm.
And they ignore the other trees that were racing straight up on fragile stems towards the dim rays of occasional light that you get in the Amazon rainforest.
Mm-hmm.
What typically happens is at some point, a tremendous storm will strike. And when that happens, it whips the forest with howling wind, with rain, with torrential downpours. But the younger trees that put their, dug their roots deep, they stand firm because they focus on anchoring and became a source of stability amongst this chaos. All around them, the trees that had maximized their reach upwards plummeted in this wind. And so when the clouds part, the young trees that had stretched themselves taller were all over, they were down, and this one was the ones that had anchored themselves were the only ones left standing. So his basic message is sometimes investing energy in depth and being slow is the best way to go fast. And I think that is something that if as leaders each of us can remind first ourselves, our team, our family, that it's not always speed and velocity that counts. It's being able to focus on your foundational values. And in leadership and in life, the path that leads to great heights often begins by cultivating invisible roots, whether that's of skills, of characters, of relationships, and a narrow focus on advancement can leave one unbalanced. I think that's being of service. And that was what my mentor did to me back then.
So much in this conversation, Vignesh. We're learning from the trees in the Amazon and the gazelles as well, running towards the roar. I'm very touched by this. It's almost like a countercultural piece of advice to dig deep and not rush, to dig deep, to allow for the roots to settle and go deep before you before this outer growth starts to become clear. We are getting towards the end of our conversation, Vignesh. What would you say to somebody who was unclear of what to be in service to? What would you say to them?
My suggestion would be, I'm just paraphrasing what I think I've shared, is one, if they're unclear what they can be in service to, just spend time asking the right questions. And so ignite a shared fire, try and understand what the shared purpose is, as opposed to focusing on solo sparks. Because the second thing you want to do is to try and really understand a place where you can add maximum value in terms of being of service. Respect any dissenting points of view and ignite constructive debate. So when there's conflict simmering, try and dig a little bit deeper to understand what's causing the conflict, and that automatically, in most cases, presents an opportunity for you to be able to be of service to whoever it is that you want to help. And one way you can do that is presenting others' viewpoints. Somebody who disagrees with you, can you present it as powerfully as you do your own? Right? That's another suggestion I would do. And lastly, I would say, and this is something more on the, if somebody looking for tactical, concrete steps that sort of supplement what I said above, what we are trying to do within our teams and our company is sort of borrowing from the IKEA effect and saying, try and IKEA it. Channel fun with hackathons, with mentorship programs. Try and look for as many experiences where you can build shared memories, because you know what, the famous IKEA effect, right? You love something more when you put in an effort together.
Yeah.
So can you create more and more opportunities for us to identify through serendipity what are those opportunities for shared success? Because leadership is rarely about one-man shows. It's about a stage where everybody shines.
Wow. Love. Find ways to contribute together because you love that more, that you contribute more to. Make sure that you ask the questions of what's really going on to get to the root cause so you can actually be in service to a collective purpose. Learn to hold the dissenting view as clearly and as with much care as your own. Learn from the gazelles, run towards the roar. Learn from the young trees in the Amazon and grow your roots. Listen to the spark that can be ignited simply by being of service. Like thinking about your wife's example. There were so many lessons in what you said, Vignesh. I can't thank you enough for sharing your knowledge and wisdom so generously with us today. Being of service, talking about this topic of being of service together. We've been talking with Vignesh Shetty, who is a senior vice president at GE Healthcare and also a magnificent leader and human being, so dedicated to service and many other things. Thank you for sharing today, Vignesh.
Thanks again for having me.
You're welcome. My pleasure. We're going to take a short break and then we'll continue with a introduction of what we call the Connected Teamwork Game, which will be led by my colleague André Oost from the Netherlands Growth Leaders Network. So we'll take a short break and I'll see you then. Welcome back to the Connected Teamwork Summit. Brief review. We have looked at the first 4 white belt moments. We learned about appreciation from Carson. We learned about the power of getting to know each other and being authentic from Matt. We learned about goal setting and being unhinged from our shadow by being clear about our goal. And we learned about serving ourselves and putting ourselves in service to something higher and helping each other and digging deep roots like the Amazon trees. We're going to apply all these learnings and more in this next segment, where we're going to play the Connected Teamwork game together and led by my dear colleague and friend, Andre Oost. Andre, over to you.
Thank you, Hilke. Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be a part of this summit, Hilke. Thank you for inviting me to host a game called Team Connected Teamwork, or the Connected Teamwork game, which isn't very surprising for a summit that's called Connected Teamwork, of course. And actually the first time that we're playing this game in public. So I think that's very special today. And it will also ask us to have a little bit of technical problems, maybe also during playing the game. Like Hugo said, I'm at this moment in the Netherlands, so that's also very special that we can be connected like this. I believe the most of you that are going to play the game today are in North America, I believe. If not, I will hear that from you in a moment. And we're going to just play a game for the next hour or so. Something about an hour the game will be, and it's not a very difficult game that we're playing, because I also believe there are some viewers watching us while we're playing the game, and maybe even later on they'll be able to see the game afterwards, because we're also recording the game. So maybe for the viewers, it's not a very difficult game. It's actually a card game where we are going to share our experiences, share our thoughts about how we feel connected when we are connected. And we're going to do that on different levels, on how I'm connected with myself, how do we connect with others, and how do we connect with our goals, our purpose, the tasks that we do every day. So the game is a question game, and it doesn't sound that complex, but if we really want to connect on this game, then it also asks us to be vulnerable. It asks us to be authentic. It asks us to listen without judging. That's also what it asks from us. And that sometimes is a little bit difficult, a little bit more difficult sometimes, especially in a professional environment, at work maybe. And that's why we believe that this team connectedness game, of Connecting Teamwork game, is a very special game and can add really a lot of value towards teams, because it's a very low profile game that can help us start these connected conversations within teams. And we would like to demonstrate how that works. So I would like to ask, before we're going to start the game, of course, one of the most important things about connectedness is getting to know each other. Like I said, I would like to ask everybody who's going to play the game in the next hour, maybe introduce yourself with one sentence, who you are, maybe where you are right now, and which part of North America, and maybe tell us a little bit about your intention for playing the game. And I will start with myself. Like I said, I'm Andre Oost. I'm co-founder of Growth Leaders Network in the Netherlands. I'm a colleague of Hilke. We do about the same work that Hilke does in the US as we do here in the Netherlands. I live in a small town in the north of the Netherlands called Leeuwarden, where I have been married to my wife for a very long time. And my children are, I know they are. They're already in their 20s, so I don't have small children at home anymore. My intention for playing this game for this next hour is, to be connected with you, to get to know you better, but also maybe that you can inspire me a little bit, and maybe I can learn something from you while playing this game about my own connection therein. And one important thing for me, one important intention I have for playing this game is I don't need to be perfect. So get out of my head being perfect, because that can disconnect me playing the game. I want to find the right English words to say the right things at the right moment. I'm going to try to let that go playing this game. Can I give it to you, Guy?
Thank you, Andre. I'm Guy de Castro. Thank you, Hilke, for inviting me to be here today. I'm a father of 4, full-time father of small young children, and I partner there with my wife. And I'm also HR partner at Microsoft, supporting some technology teams, the Edge and platform teams. And I am in the US. I'm from Brazil originally, and my intentions today is to learn more about my own intentions, learn about and get inspired by you, and at the end be more courageous to live up to my values. And with that, I guess I'll pass to Jennifer.
Thanks, Guy. Can you all hear me? All right, wonderful. So my name is Jennifer Winnick, and I am based in Seattle, although I'm originally from Toronto, Canada. I should say Toronto, because that's how I've been here a long time. So I've sort of, adopted a different accent. I have 2 teenagers, a college freshman and a high school sophomore. So I have been through the stages of small children and, adolescence and so forth. And so I have empathy for all of you who are living in that right now. And also envy, because the teenage years are hard. But let's see. I spent 20 years at Microsoft as an individual contributor and a leader, and that's where I met Hilke, and have been an executive and leadership coach for the last 3.5 years as my primary focus. And so I work with teams and individuals to help them cultivate connection and individual and group growth through getting to know themselves, all the things that we're talking about today. My intention with playing our game today is to be authentic, to help showcase the power of play in creating connectedness, and to have some fun.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome, Guy and Jennifer. We are playing the game with the 4 of us, I think. Hilke, do you have something to add? Would you like to tell your attention for playing the game?
Yes. My intention for playing this game is I am looking for ways to make connectedness mainstream. And when I started this work, I was still diving under desks to hook up my modem to phone lines and things like that, and we didn't have all the stuff that we have. And now we have amazing technology, and so I'm looking forward to the day where people can use technology to connect with each other, and hopefully this game can be a small yet significant contribution in that. And today we get to try it out and work it together. Yeah. And I think Lotte is also joining us, if I'm not mistaken.
And she's already in the game right now.
Oh,
So
great.
I don't see Lotte and Lotte is our technical support. Lotte is from the company For Growth, which helped us build the game. So, and that's something I say beforehand, before we go into the game, is that once we go to the game screen, we can't go back to the StreamYard screen, because then we'll be thrown out of the game. So we have to stay in there. If for some reason you do get lost or you're out of the game and you can't find your way back, you can go back to here, StreamYard, and Lotte will be your support. Lotte Cross. So in your private chat, you can send a message to her, and then she can help you get back. But most of the time, if something happens and you're too curious and you switch to the other screen and you get thrown out of the game, you can go back and just press the refresh button in the top, and it should be no problem to get back into the game. Yes, another thing I think is important when we play this game in teams, We play this game also because we ask people to be vulnerable, to be authentic, which is important for connection. We also say it's Vegas during playing the game. Of course, today we're playing public, we're playing live, and we have viewers. So it's a little bit to take into account that it's not completely private that we're playing right now in the game. But if you play the game in your company or in your team or in groups, of course, this is what applies to playing the game as well. I would like to ask you to go to the next screen. I'm also going to go back to the next screen, and we can click on rune number 1, and we'll leave the StreamYard on because this is our audio. This is how we communicate with each other. Only we won't be able to see each other during playing the game. And I believe everybody is now in the game. I see Guy, I see Jennifer, I see Lotte, I see Nicolas, I see myself, and I see Hilke. So when we press on start and when we start playing the game, I'll tell you how to play the game. And I know some of you already have some experience playing the game, but also for the viewers that are watching us right now or in the future will watch us playing the game, they'll understand a little bit what we're doing here. Right now, I see Lotte, and Lotte will be the first person to reflect on the question that is before her. Being truly present, also when there's a setback, helps me too. And don't worry, Lotte, because we have an orange button here at the left bottom. So when the time is up, we can refresh that, and there will be enough time for you to answer the question. We ask you in 2 minutes to reflect on this question, to share with the group, and also to think about specific examples from your life. And while one of the speakers is reflecting on this question, we have these emojicons on the right side, which you can press during playing the game. At the end, when you finish, you don't have to wait the 2 minutes. When you're finished, you can press finish my share. And when you do that, we go to the next screen, and then I'll explain a little bit more about what you can do in the next screen. So maybe we can just start. Lotte, can you hear me? Who is also now in the Netherlands?
Andre, I think it's Lotte. It's with some technical difficulties with audio.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I think we can maybe go to the next participant
We'll
and see if we
finish
can.
share, and then we have to wait a few seconds to go to the next. I have to wait here for 15 seconds, but I can explain this also. When we go to the next screen, we have about 20 seconds to reflect on the story or what the person shared with us with these 5 values on the right: authentic self, strength, vulnerability, and compassion, and purposeful. And then at the end of the turn, when we choose 2 of these, we can pull them towards the 2 squares in the middle. Then Lotte is allowed to ask one of the persons, who chose authentic self? And then we can say, well, I chose authentic self, and I can give Lotte some feedback on her question. And that's about how the round goes. So, and me as a game facilitator, you see here next question, I will be the one who presses on the next question just to check if everything is said that needs to be said at that moment. Are there any questions up till now, or is everything clear? Of course, I can't see you, so
Clear.
yeah, thank you.
Clear to me. Yes.
Clear to me.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We'll go to the next question and see what name is random, so which name comes up. I really enjoy. Guy.
Thank you, Andre.
Thank you.
I really enjoy seeing other people being successful. And I'll be transparent. Sometimes it feels a little bit selfish because I feel successful when others are successful too. And I think that's why I choose my career in HR, because you are on the back side of things, and I was a police officer before that for a long time too, and what I most enjoy was helping people, and I think it comes from a sense of fairness and justice, and a value that I've been trying to exercise more, or being kind to other people. So I do really enjoy helping others achieve their goals, being successful, and I feel successful too when I see that happening.
Thank you very much, Guy. You face screen. I'll press the button. And now we can choose two of the five values on the right, what resonated with us. Okay, Guy. These are the values that were chosen. Do you want to hear a specific value, one of these? Authentic self, or compassion, or purposefulness?
Yeah, I'm very curious to know about whoever share purposefulness.
Okay.
That was me. Because what I found was in your story, Guy, I really appreciated, like what gives you joy is helping others in the sense of fairness, and that reminded me of me being purposeful and focusing on what I need to focus on, as opposed to getting distracted. So yeah, I really appreciated your share in helping with purposefulness.
Thank you, Hilka. Appreciate it.
Okay. We'll go to the next question. Jennifer.
Great. Give me an easy one. Thanks. No, really, it is easy because I've spent a lot of time thinking about this because I'm an avoider. And it is hard to bring up harder issues because I have a fear of loss of connection. And the tricky part about that is, right, like you feel like, or I feel in my life, I felt like if I bring up the hard issues, it's going to risk our connection, when the truth is that it strengthens connection, right? Having the ability, right, having a strong foundational relationship or strengthening a relationship by sharing hard things, increases connection and not the opposite. And so it's something that it's a lesson I continue to learn all throughout my life. I'm more conscious of it now as I mature and, immerse myself more deeply in the world of coaching and, self-development. But it is hard. It's hard for an avoider to not avoid.
Yeah.
So that's, and this, recent examples, there are so many, which to pick. I think that, sharing hard feedback with my kids, can be really hard. And, giving, I've learned that, telling them something or asking them something or sharing something with them, and then waiting for them to respond and not forcing it, and trusting that we have a strong enough connection that they'll share back with me. I took my full 2 minutes.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
We can now choose a couple of values that resonated with us. So Jennifer, which from which of these 5 values would you like to have feedback?
I'm gonna pick strength. That's
Okay.
what I need right now.
And who chose strength?
I did, but somebody else as well did. So
Okay,
love
then
to hear from somebody
I
else.
also chose strength, Hilke.
Okay, go ahead. Yes.
Because I thought it was, because I recognize what you said. I also chose a vulnerability, because for me also, I find it very difficult to have the hard message, especially when emotions are involved or when someone is really close and nearby. And yeah, I felt it very strong that you said, that you recognize that if you do it, that it creates a stronger connection with the other. And it takes courage to do that as well. So, and sometimes I have to keep that in mind. And then sometimes I am able to give the message that I have to give. And also to experience that this connection is getting really stronger and closer with this person. And as HR, we do a lot of these messages. And I have learned, because I also was an HR leader before I did this work, and I also learned how if you're authentic and you're honest and you stay truthful to yourself, that you can say a lot of things and still stay connected with the person that you're speaking with. Yeah. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thanks, Andre.
Okay. Next question. Nicolas.
What I have learned about being truthful is it always pays off. It's always pays off. I just feel like fulfilled inside. I feel like I overcoming, like this temptation of, covering for myself. Otherwise, I would have to feel this uncomfortable feeling of not being enough, stuff like that. But then I remember, maybe an example is a time I had to do a task and I just failed doing the task. I just didn't do a good job. And what happened later was that I kind of owned it and faced the fact that I wasn't good enough, or just not good enough, but I didn't just recognizing I didn't do a good job, and just face it and admit all of the mistakes, but in the end also learning about the value of those mistakes, which are teaching me something and leading the way to keep growing. So let me just check, finish my share. All right.
Okay.
So I would love to hear from the one that said compassion, please.
That was me.
We know you.
Hilke, you're the winner.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
This has been like a theme for me of today, actually, self-compassion. And hearing you speak, Nico, about being untruthful and being truthful and helping to be truthful with yourself. And you actually modeled that for me, the sense of self-acceptance. Actually, I have quite a bit of wiring left in my brain that is quite hard on myself. So when things don't go exactly the way that my mind says it should, it becomes a pretty hairy place. And so this helps me to develop more compassion for myself and also for others. because life rarely goes exactly according to our little plans. So thank you, Nico.
Thank you, Hilka. Thank you for sharing.
Okay, we'll go to the next question. And that's me. Andre, which ways in which I can become kinder to myself when I face setbacks are? Oh yeah. I know from the past that I wasn't very good at facing setbacks, because I'd always look at myself what I have done wrong to do that. Um, yeah, the ways I do it right now is I don't have control over everything that happens in my life, in my work, with the client that I'm working with. Um, Even though in the past I had some issues with failing, I had some fears of failing and failure, um, and now I can put things much better into perspective, and maybe just say, well, maybe I'm not achieving what I want now at this
I had some
moment,
fears of failing.
but maybe I'm just maybe something I planted a seed somewhere for someone, or maybe just for myself. So I think it's a little bit. I think it's acceptance to accept that things do happen in your life, and yeah, also that you have to be grateful for the things that go well at that moment. I'm thinking of an example that become kind of myself when I face setbacks. Yeah, um, we just lost a tender today, a big tender for a leadership program, and I just got that news right now. And my wife at me, she said, "Well, did you get it?" I said, "No, I didn't get it, but right now, I'm grateful that I'm in this game right now to play this game. And tomorrow is a new day, and then we'll think about what we'll do about that." So I think that's a good example. So I'm now, of course, wondering which one Hilke chose. Or I
I'm not going
could
to tell you. I'm not going to tell you.
I could just say I'm choose compassion. Who chose compassion?
I did.
Okay, Jen.
I can share. I just heard in the story, that real-time story that you shared about this this tender that you lost, that you are cultivating self-compassion. Right? It's easy to sort of get into the mode of beating yourself up and, what did you do wrong? And I heard you just really sort of be kind to yourself, in this moment. So in real time. So that's also brave. I think I put vulnerability as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next question. Hilke.
All right. When I'm really listened to, I feel. Oh, I like that one. When I'm really listened to, I feel held. I feel safe. I feel seen. I feel like I'm okay. I'm enough. I can share. I don't have to be perfect. Yeah, it's, and it also is an invitation to express more. Like I love singing also, and when I feel listened to, I feel more inspired to share. It's really lovely to talk to somebody who really listens. I'm thinking about coffee I had with a new friend yesterday, and she's in her mid-70s, and kind of a TV celebrity from the past. And the first things he said to me was funny. He says, "You don't have to prove yourself to me. You already did." Because I did some workshop with her and a team, and I didn't even think about proving myself. But there was something about being with her where I also didn't have to have a structure or a plan or any of that. It's just totally disarmed, you could say, totally disarmed. When I feel really listened to, I feel totally disarmed. My body feels softer, my eyes feel softer. I enjoy being here. So yeah, it's a tremendous gift. So how did my share help you connect to these aspects of connection for you? It's almost like watching a little contest result come in as a speaker.
Exactly.
I like to hear more about somebody who said compassion.
I think I say compassion. I have a very short-term memory. No, I think I said compassion. And why did I say compassion? Because I heard a lot of love, a lot of self-love, loving yourself, loving the surroundings, how it makes you softer. And also vulnerable. Yeah. So that's what I heard in your sharing.
Thank you, Andre. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay. What I have learned about being truthful is being truthful, I think it's a connection with myself. When I'm truthful, I've learned that I feel more confident. I feel I can value others and I can value myself. I am less judgmental, and I'm also less biased. And it's harder to be truthful sometimes for me when there's conflict. What Jennifer mentioned resonates with me. I'm a conflict avoider too, and an example of being truthful is when you're sharing hard news with someone in your team, to not to have compassion, and having compassion by being sincere, not being kind for your sake, so you're avoiding conflict, but being kind by being truthful. And in the short term, sometimes it's hard, but in the long term, it pays off. Okay, so let's see if I can pick up Hilker again or not.
That's a whole new game.
Okay, I'm curious to hear more about whoever chose vulnerability.
Oh, I think that was me. Sorry, Guy.
Oh, thank you, Jen.
Sorry to disappoint. Let's see. I think that it's sort of, by you calling me out, and it connected for me with the vulnerability I felt with sharing, and with the vulnerability of sharing a hard truth. And so when you do it, it requires vulnerability, right? The vulnerability is not the opposite of courage. It takes courage to be vulnerable. So that's why I chose vulnerability.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Guy. Who's next? Jennifer.
Gosh, speaking my truth, I feel empowered. Safe enough to speak my truth, and held. Hilke, you used that word a few minutes ago, and that resonates. Specific examples from my life. Recent speaking my truth. The biggest example that comes up for me was when I made the decision to finally leave my job at Microsoft and step into the world of entrepreneurial coaching. It came to a point where not speaking up was really affecting my mental health and my just my overall well-being. And I knew I needed to make a change, and I couldn't hold on for the sake of others. I had to be truthful and true to myself in that moment. And it wasn't certainly not one moment. It was a series of moments over time that built up to the decision. But saying it out loud and sticking to it was empowering. Also super scary, but I wouldn't go back. That's it. Oh, I will finish my share.
Yeah. Who would you like to hear? Which value?
Oh, let's see, vulnerability.
Okay.
I won. Yay.
I really appreciated, Jennifer, how you talked about truth as a journey. It's a discovery, and part of me always wants to know, just wants to know. And sometimes just, I don't know. And sometimes saying I don't know means that I'm going to be able to say what I know now. And it reminds me of what Vignesh said earlier about the Amazon trees and the roots. Sometimes the truth has to grow some roots before it can be expressed. And if I share it too early, it doesn't go anywhere. So it's interesting that you said that. So thank you for that, Jennifer.
Yeah. It also calls out, sorry if I may, Hilke, that there are multiple truths that coexist, and there's a tension. There can be a tension within them as well.
Yes.
It's not just the one pure truth. It's not binary, which is really hard.
Yeah.
Yes. I'll just, Andre, I don't know if you're watching the chat. I'll be Lotta's spokesperson here, because since her microphone's not working, we've got about 5 minutes left in the game.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
So you're going to be Lotta now.
Oh, me? Okay.
Oh, okay. We can skip Lotta. I'll finish. We'll go further to the next person.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
And I just want to, as we look at this screen, just want to talk about this. We're doing this test right now, and for me, I'm curious what people's experience is seeing the acknowledgement. Like Jennifer, what's the experience for you when you see the acknowledgement? Oh, this evokes people's authentic self. What does that evoke in you?
I think that it's sort of the real-time feedback of giving people language, like a set of options to say, here's what it evoked in me. And sort of give it's a little bit of a giving people language to share a little bit. But I think it's validating, right? Like the question before of, when do you feel listened to, right? When you have this moment of people responding, to call out what they're responding to specifically requires listening. And so, it's sort of nice to, it's a contained environment, controlled environment, but it's validating nonetheless.
Thank you for that. Yeah, appreciate that. All right.
Sorry to interrupt, Nandro, just to remind you, there's only 3 minutes left to the game.
Yes, there are 3 minutes left in the game. We have one more question that we can answer, I think, in these 3 minutes. And then we'll go to the end of the game. That's for you, Nico.
Making decisions with others. I feel like the energy of a team, no? I feel supported. I feel like those moments when you are, it immediately takes me back to moments of brainstorming and like building something together with a team. And I think it's like seeing the forces and the energies united into a single unique purpose, and seeing what we build. It kind of feels like it's not, the total sum of the people in the group. Saying if you have 3, it's not just 3, it's 4 or 5, because the result is so much bigger from what we create together as a team. So yeah, making decisions with others just makes me feel super supported and uplifted and creative. Yeah, very creative as well. Yeah. Just for the sake of time, I'll skip the example if that's okay, and let's hear from you. All right. Anyone who said authentic self, who would like to say something?
Who chose authentic self?
2 of you.
I was one. Who was the other one? I'm happy to share. So this helped me to connect with my authentic self, Nikos, because my actually true self likes to make decisions with others and do it together. My ego self wants to move ahead and go fast and go by myself, which doesn't go anywhere. So that's how that landed with me. How that landed with me.
Yeah. Nice. Thank you, Hilka.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
We have 32 seconds before the end of the game. I don't think we can do another question in 26 seconds.
Yeah.
I appreciate someone I work with, and that to be very short in these last 15, because then we're going to be thrown out of the game. I appreciate if they're honest to me. So someone I work with, that they level with me, that we're at the same level, that they're honest with me at all times. And that helps me to connect. So now we're at the end of the game. Not completely, because it seems like the game is ending right now. But before we end the game, we like to resonate and think about what we would like to practice on for the coming days, weeks, and months on the I, we, and it. And of course, like here it says, also there's a book, Tame Your Crocodile Practices, that you all can use as inspiration maybe to work on this. But before we end the game, I would like you to look at these connectedness practices and maybe choose 2 of these practices that you say, okay, doing these questions, listening to the stories, maybe I want to pay a little bit more attention to 1 or 2 of these practices. And as you see, these practices are categorized in the I, we, and it. If I go through them, The I practices is what I do to practice a little bit more connection with myself, letting go of attachments and control. Maybe not always thinking I have to do things, but maybe giving myself a little bit more space. Maybe also a little bit more space for others. Practice gratitude practices. Maybe not thinking of all the things that are happening to me, overcoming me, but maybe be a little bit more grateful for the things that I have every day. Self-respect and self-care. Maybe, maybe making choices a little bit more from my own values, things that are really important to me. Like I think sometimes today we spoke a couple of times about truthfulness, and maybe using that as my own self-respect and my own value. Or being present in the moment and being mindful, like clearing my mind, not being distracted by everything that happens every day. Maybe doing some mediation or any other sort of exercise that can help you be at the moment, this moment. And when we look at the we practices, maybe we could do a little bit more letting go of judgments, maybe talking a little bit less about others, but maybe a little bit more with others, or putting myself in the shoes, taking time to really listen from compassion and to really try to understand what the other one perspective is, where it's coming from, being deeply honest and listening to the other, asking questions, being curious, or being more service, giving feedback to others, coaching others, helping others grow, give others space to grow also. And making amends could be like just very easy. Maybe I just need to say sorry to someone at this moment. Being more purposeful on the it's, being more strong, holding on to your goals, to your task, to the purpose, even if you have not everything is going the way you want it to go. You've been disappointed or whatever, that you can hold on to your purpose. Cleaning up my requests and promises. I really like this one actually, because I probably have a whole box of these requests and promises somewhere under my bed. And maybe I have to communicate with people or tell people, well, I have all these requests and maybe I made a lot of promises, but maybe I can't add up to all these things. And if not, then I should do that. And holding accountable with compassion. And that's like giving feedback to others, but in a way that I still respect them and them honest and respectful to the other with compassion. Think about these practices, and you can choose 2 practices. And later on, I would like to ask you maybe to tell us a little about how you would put this into practice before.
As you're making your choices, I'm thinking about this service one. I'm thinking about back what Vignesh was talking about, how his wife got inspiration by being of service to others who wanted to paint, and just this orientation of helping others grow. I really like that one. That's not the one I picked, but that's one that really stood out to me from this morning. Yeah, I'm very curious to hear what other practices people are choosing to do.
If you've chosen to, you can press on a button at the right top and you go to the next screen. And there you will see also what others have chosen.
At least 3 of us have chosen on my screen.
Yes, 3 have chosen. So we still need 2 more. If you've chosen, then you can press on the green button on the right screen, top screen. Has everybody chosen?
Looks like it. Yeah.
Now everybody has chosen. Yes. Okay. We still have about 8 minutes, so maybe a quick round. That would be nice before the game ends. We can go by alphabetical order, maybe. and that means I have to start.
Yes, and a quick note, Andre. If we can finish our game conversation at 28, so we have 2 minutes to announce how the conference continues.
I
Okay,
know. So
thank you.
we just choose one that we want to practice, not the both, just one. And in short practice, maybe you can think of what you could do, but with one of these practices. And for me, one of the practices would be maybe I chose letting go of judgment. I feel how angry I can get lately by just watching the news, and how that impacts me with my connection with myself, and sometimes also it can impact me with others. And for me, a practice would be from maybe judgment and give myself more space to listen to the perception or the perspective of the other person. And I can do that right away when I come home, when I'm talking to my sons. Can I give it to, I think, Guy? You're the next one.
Thank you, Andre. I chose holding accountable with compassion, and for 2 dimensions. The first one is myself, is especially when I fail, which I have before and I know I'll do in the future, is to not excusing myself of the failure, but learning from what Nico mentioned today about his showing growth mindset, learning when he shared of not punishing myself, but learning what I can do better, and also doing the same with others, being less judgmental but at the same time being truthful on asking about accountability, with the mindset of this can be an opportunity if they choose to learn from choices.
Okay. Thank you, Guy. Thank you very much. Jennifer, would you like to share?
Sure. I also chose holding accountable with compassion, but I did also choose being present in the moment and being mindful. And for me, I think I and most of the world spend most of our time thinking about what just happened and thinking about what we have to be ready for. And it takes a lot of discipline to be here now and to be totally immersed in what's happening now, and not to get too spun up about the thing that just happened that might have failed and not gone quite the way you wanted it to go, or the thing that you need to get ready for next, whether it's the next task or activity in the meeting or in the day, or tonight or tomorrow or next week or whatnot. So the mindfulness practice of sort of being feet on the ground, focused and present with who and where I am.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Hilke, would you like to share a practice?
Yes, I chose letting go of attachment and control, and that was inspired in part by your story, Jennifer, of your choice of jumping into entrepreneurial coaching. Because I realized, being honest, I have to make choices and do things where I don't know what's going to happen next, always. And I find myself more and more at those crossroads these days. So it's like, oh yes, like I'm exploring some other avenues, for example, to do this work in, and like, yeah, should I do it? And if I want to know what the outcome is, I'm definitely not going to do it. But the truth is, I really want to do it. So there you go. Right. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Hilke. Hilke, you want to tell us about a little bit how the summit is going to go on further. We're at the end of the game.
Well, Nico also wants to say something, right, or not?
Hilke left the room.
Oh, okay. There you go.
I saw Nico. You're not there anymore, I think. Are you? No, he left the room. I saw a message come by.
Sorry, yes, I'm working on some technical aspects here. So if we could maybe move on. Thanks.
Great.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nico. For me, I was very grateful. Amazing how we spoke with each other. We don't know each other, and yet we could have these conversations and share these things with each other. For me, I'm very grateful about that. And it demonstrates how a game like this with these questions, how you very quickly can connect to each other. And I'm just fantasizing how this would work in a team where people actually also know each other from much a longer period, how they would have these conversations with each other. I would like to thank you for your openness, everybody. This is the end of the game, and if you have questions, or the listeners, the people that are watching this have questions, of course, you can have contact with Hilke. But also you can contact the Growth Leaders Network in the Netherlands if you're from this side of the world, which might be easier for you. Thank you very much for joining this session. Hilke, may I give it to you?
And thank you, Andre, for facilitating, and Jennifer and Guy for jumping into this maiden voyage of this game. We'll have a call, I'm sure, to debrief all of this. And for now, I want to say to all the listeners to the Connected Teamwork Summit participants, thank you for being here. And I hope you're getting some insights. As Andre said, if you're interested in this game, feel free to find Growth Leaders Network on LinkedIn. There's people that can help you with that. And we're going to continue after a half-hour break on a different link, which is in the LinkedIn, also on our website, so you can just find it on LinkedIn or YouTube. And after the break, we'll continue with two more team-defining moments. One is group reflection and learning, which actually we've been doing a lot today already, but just a specific focus on that. And then also making decisions with Jill Myers and Christine Linde. So I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And I hope you enjoy the break. And I hope you're getting some insights about, well, how can I be even more connected to myself, my team members, and my purpose? Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks, Hilke.
you